reading. Ew. Books. Yucky. Ew. Nerd stuff. That's right. We're reading tonight. We're getting literary. Thank you for coming, everybody. Also, False Bob. Free back to the family. Can't be worse than Sonic High School. Oh, it's bad. I don't think it's as bad. No, I don't think it's as bad as Sonic High School. As bad as it is, no, it's not. In terms of quality and in terms of content, no, this is much tamer of a night we're in for here. Also, Slowpoke Bloke. Free back to the family. Thank you for 15 months. New Q89. Free back to the family. That's 28 months. Thank you so much, guys. Hello, Barbara Bun. I am doing okay. I do think, though, that this is probably going to be my last stream for a few days, at least the weekend. I don't think I'm gonna get to stream this weekend. Toxic Avenger, free back to the family. Thank you for 35 months of support. Also, Lenny Gray, free back to the family. Jen, yeah, believe it or not, I can read. Bernie Lomax, free back to the family. Guys, thank you for all the support here tonight. I can read, and I'm about to prove it. This is a book, a novel. It's called Empress Theresa. Now, this stream was inspired by Fred Knudsen's Down the Rabbit Hole video on this shitty book. And I know you all love shit as much as I do, so this idea just seemed like a slam dunk, right? Ploptypus says they fixed the thing in Noita where a single drop of poison would take off half your health. Oh, that's okay. That's interesting. I have to be honest. I was enjoying that game until that shit happened. Like, I was actually having a really good time with that game, and then like that one that one run where I was like, dude, I can't. Like, this game is not gonna be good for like my rage issues. Like, no way can I seriously continue to play this game. And I had to just like walk away from. I literally I had an impulse to break something. I just pushed the chair away from the desk. I got up. I walked away from the fucking computer, and I went and I rage ate. I believe it was ice cream, and like I crushed up some Doritos and like put them in the ice cream, and I just ate with like angry eating. It's terrifying. Like somebody would have lost a finger if they came near me. This was bad. All right, I didn't put Doritos in ice cream. It's not real. Just kidding. And you start with the water flask plot. Maybe I'll check it out, dude. Yeah, I don't know. I did enjoy the game. CB Kitty, happy birthday, CB Kitty. Ploptypus says Sonic High School was almost certainly intentionally bad. Yeah. I don't think that this was intentionally bad. No. So let's get this out of the fucking way. Donald Trump now has a fucking Twitch account. And his stream apparently tonight is gonna like conflict with mine. Guys, please don't leave my stream to watch Donald Trump. If anything, I'll raid him later, okay? I'll raid him. Just come on, don't leave me for the fucking president. Snackalope, thank you for the resub. Because I know people are gonna be like, "Hey, Mike, did you know the president got a Twitch account? Hey, Mike, did you know the president got president?" So like, let's just get it out of the fucking way. Yes, I know. Did I say Shostafield? Back to the family. Thank you, Shostafield. I'm going to be going around quite a bit here tonight, I think, despite not actually playing a video game. What does that mean? I don't know. Trump plays Minecraft. Someone gift Trump a mic sub. Well, I believe Bernie Sanders is subs to me at this point, yeah. While he is saying he's going to play Undertale. This goes... Goes for a pacifist playthrough. Dude, what the fuck? Like, now I can't stop thinking about fucking Trump like playing through Undertale and like streaming it to like probably like hundreds of thousands of viewers and just like getting annoyed like the backseating and shit. You know, like that actually like sounds like that might be fun. You know, like if he didn't get political at all and he like focused on the fucking game. And just like talking about the game and like maybe things like related to the game that pop into like his fucking senile brain. Like, you think I'm a fucking senile streamer? Come on. Fuck, dude. Like between him and Bernie Sanders, you guys want to fucking come in here and call me senile? Really? Really? Come on. That's like not fair. All right, so people are telling me like quit while I'm ahead. Barry Trio says stop while you're ahead. Well, I think this chat knows better than to start a fucking political argument in here. Bernie Lomax says tiny hands. All right, say a low blow now. All right, just let's take it easy with that, okay? They're not that small. I seen them, all right? I know somebody with much smaller hands, all right? So, a couple of things I want to talk about. Just to give you guys some backstory to understand what the fuck is going on here. What we're going to be doing here tonight. This book was self-published in 2013 by a guy named Norman Boutin. Boutin. I want to read for you the opening of the summary on the book's Amazon store page. Okay. A teenage Catholic girl from Massachusetts acquires limitless power over the whole world. What will she do with it? What would you do with it? In case you haven't been paying attention or you weren't able to put this together yet, this book is not good, which is pretty impressive because the author claims to have worked on it for 20 years. Actually, later, he says in a comment somewhere that he worked on it for 40 years. But either way, I kind of really hope it's not true, based on what I saw. And I did read through it a little bit, and oof. I didn't fucking, I didn't do a deep dive. Like, I skimmed it, but my God. It's like, imagine if Tommy Wiseau took 20 years to make The Room. Or like it took him like 20 years to make Mighty Number 9 or some shit. No, Ploptypus. I'm saying I saw more of it. Yeah. Mike was seen sitting next to Trump at a football game. He's probably a fucking Giants fan. I mean, he's a New Yorker. It's not impossible. Why, just because I'm sitting next to him in a football game that means we're best friends? I know what happened with Ellen. It actually took me a minute to remember, like, oh yeah, that's a reference to the Ellen thing. Jabroni Mike seen at a football game sitting next to Ken Penders? Once I saw Donald Trump in a Nathan's Hot Dogs restaurant, and we had a hot dog together. We shared a hot dog. That's not true, but you know who I did see at a diner on Staten Island once? Relevant to yesterday's stream, which I wanted to bring up, but I got sidetracked. Ron Jeremy. And it was him. He was sitting like 2 tables away from me and my friend. And we asked the waitress, yeah. He's not from here. Like, I don't know why he... Well, I do know why he was here. Because we asked the waitress, we were like, is that Ron Jeremy? Because we tried the thing where, like, my friend was like, Ron! Did he look? Ron Jeremy! Did he look? Did he look? And I was like, no, he's not looking. So the waitress came, I swear to God, the waitress came over. And we're like, is that Ron fucking Jeremy sitting there? And she's like, yeah. We're like, what's he doing here? And she was like, you see that woman that he's sitting next to? That's my sister. And she does porn. And they did scenes together in a porno. And he came here. She lives here in Staten Island. And he came here to visit her. Because they became like friends after working on that movie together. Yeah. That's it. Real story. No, I did not see his penis. I tried. It wasn't visible under the table. I did the thing where like I dropped the French fry and I was like, oops, dropped the French fry, and then crawled under the table to see if I could like maybe take a selfie with his dick. You know, I had my cell phone out. His dick was well concealed, so it wasn't possible. But all right, the last part I made up, but everything up to the dick part was true. All right, so back to the fucking book, okay? It has a Christian bent to it, so that's always fun. But for me, the most fun part of this whole debacle was that this guy put constant daily energy into battling every single criticism of his book that appeared anywhere online. Like, he would sit there and argue with people about why none of their opinions were valid and that his book is great. Like, in other words, trying to convince people that they should like his book because it is good and they're wrong. And this went on for years. And this is all detailed in Fred's video, by the way, which I think if Ahmad could link to it, that'd be cool. It gives you all, obviously way more detail than I'm about to give you right now. The Amazon review page was the front line of this battle. And eventually, this dwindled down to the author arguing with like the same 6 people over and over again for almost a year. Before the Amazon review page literally reached its max posts, which is 10,000 comments. You cannot have over 10,000 comments on an Amazon review page. Most fucking people never realize that, because why would something ever get to 10,000 comments? And that's because it was this guy arguing with people who were criticizing his book in the fucking review section. And like going back and forth. This was insanity. And I keep thinking that there's something very like absurdist and kind of poetically beautiful and just wonderfully stupid in this idea of this small group of people just arguing about something irrelevant, like for months way past they should or it's relevant anymore, right? Like a postmodern Kafka story, like, you know what I'm saying? Like that kind of vibe, like it's like the essence of the internet, like distilled into its rawest, purest form, right? And who were the warriors, right? Who were these characters that fought this guy to the bitter end, to the point where the Amazon review page was completely fucking filled with comments to the absolute max limit? Like, what were they trying to do? Why didn't they give up when they realized that they were dealing with the lunatic? Like, at what point does a troll become like a lolcow themselves, right? Like, what is their life at that point? Why are they doing that? Like, how does that happen? Who are these people? It's fucking nuts. And none of that, that's all enabled by the internet. Like, okay. I am going to move on to the book itself now. I will start with the homepage for, I guess it's his actual website. I'll provide the link if you guys want to read along here. He's got some sample chapters, and he's got the homepage here. It's got some info. Alert. It's back to school time. I wonder if this was recently edited. Every year, English teachers are faced with the problem of finding books suitable for their middle and high school students to read. It's a challenge. The requirements are that a book doesn't have objectionable materials such as violence, foul language, racism, sexual scenes, glorification of drug and alcohol abuse, political leanings, and other controversial matters. And yet, it must have situations for intelligent discussion sessions. It must be grown up enough so the students don't feel like they're being fed a kid's story. And with all that is must have a story interesting enough from cover to keep the students involved. Few books can measure up to all these requirements. Empress Theresa does. It's 1,000 ideas tightly packed into 465 pages. You'll wish the book was longer. And why don't we pop the original cover of the book onto the screen for you guys there. That's the cover of Empress Theresa. Norman Bhutan, he painted that himself. Yeah, painted it himself. Airplanes seem to be very relevant to the story today. Theresa demonstrates the American personality. Decent Americans want freedom, democracy, and fair play by and for all people. Theresa demonstrates all these as a young person with no experiences in anything, who uses a child's open mind to react to circumstances in constructive and unselfish ways. What do you mean? Like, putting a child in charge of things. Like, it's almost like, well, this person's complete lack of experience is actually a good thing. I could think of very, very few circumstances where that's true, right? Her intentions are pure. I'm just a kid. I don't want to be anything else. I'm just a kid. I don't want to be anything. But the fucking kid. Her intentions are pure. Like, I feel like that's not true of like 99% of kids. Like, I think he's trying to make the argument that, kids are unspoiled by the harshness of life, and they haven't grown up and become like jaded and like selfish and petty and jealous and angry and bitter and all that. That's what he's trying to say. But man, like, I watch my fucking like 8-year-old nephew like beat the shit out of his sister all the time because, like, she had 2 cookies and he only had 1 cookie. Like, are you fucking high? But yes, there's an implication, Tig, that Theresa is a fucking Christ-like figure, right? Well, obviously we stop him from hitting his sister, and I am exaggerating it to an extent. Okay. What's in Empress Theresa? Violence, shootings, bombings, no. Foul language, no. Car chases, no. Sex scenes, no. Marital infidelity, no. Suicide, no. Drugs, alcohol, no. Mystery, crime, no. Nothing? Yes. No. Here's what he's saying it does have. Mysterious events, yes. Impossible problems solved, yes. Stupid, greedy adversaries, yes. Teenage ingenuity, yes. Love and friendship, yes. Pet chipmunks, yes. Okay. I get down some chipmunks. Courage, yes. Heroism, yes. Fame and fortune, yes. U.S. President, British Prime Minister, Israeli Prime Minister, yes. What? Global crises, yes. Political situations, yes. But motherfucker, you just said it didn't have politics. Philosophical remarks, yes. Heartwarming scenes, yes. Let's dig in. Okay. Chapter 1. Oh, it also has a study guide in case anybody wants to, pick this up for their students. And, like, imagine the fucking teacher who orders, like, 30-something copies of this fucking book off Amazon and then distributes it to her. So, like, her 8th grade class, after reading all what I just read and being like, man, he makes a pretty persuasive argument. This sounds like it's the next fucking, To Kill a Mockingbird, which, by the way, at one point in his arguments, again, if you watch the Down the Rabbit Hole video, he actually fucking compares himself to Harper Lee. And says, like, I'm this generation's, like, Harper Lee. Actually fucking says that. Straight up. Yeah. Yeah. All right. So, Chapter 1. Okay. And he's got an author's note. This chapter sets up the story. Chapters 2 and 3 will show Theresa's maturation into a teenager and introduce Steve Hartley, who will be critical to the story. Guys, I thought that said Steve Harvey. And I was like, now I'm like disappointed that it didn't. The action will begin in chapter 4. It's cliche to put a murder, explosion, or something of that nature on page 1 to grab the reader. But in Empress Theresa, the characters are the most important element of the story. The eye-popping scenes will take care of themselves later. The eye-popping scenes. I thought you said it didn't have violence. Now you're fucking literally popping people's eyeballs out? The characters are the most important. You know that the best way to get somebody to put down a fucking book after, like, you know, the first chapter, or like stop watching a movie after the first 5 minutes, or anything like that, is to have absolutely nothing of consequence happen in the first fucking 5 to 10 pages, or 5 to 10 minutes. Like that's fucking 101. 101 creativity. You're going to be very bored, Shoonie Tunes. It's just not good. I think there's going to be some good laughs in here, but this is dog shit. This is dog shit. Fuck, be warned now. Be warned. Okay, some of you may fucking fall asleep during this. And actually, if anybody's on YouTube watching the VOD, here you go. If you're having some problems with insomnia, Empress Theresa. Now, we're not reading the whole book. I have available to me on the website Chapter 1, Chapter 4, Chapter 6. Also something called Blair's Defense, which I guess we'll check out, and then Chapter 22. So, no, it's not the whole book. We're just going to do the sample chapters because I'm not giving this person money, okay? Chapter 1. And it's a first-person narration.
Which means I have to do the nep-nep voice the whole time. I'm Theresa, the younger daughter of Edward and Elizabeth Sullivan, and I hope it's not bragging to say I was cute as heck at age 10. Everybody in the family said so. I was the princess in the Sullivan clan of Framingham, Massachusetts, because besides being cute, I was a whiz in school and had a good disposition. All the relatives expected great things from me.
Yeah, it's an old man is being written by like a 60-something-year-old man. I don't think I could do that voice the whole time, so, like, I'll take breaks.
Nobody could have dreamed of what I would do a few years later, and nobody would have believed it if they'd been told. Prime Minister Blair said I'd still be remembered in a million years.
But she got knighted? Well, immediately right off the bat, and I remember somebody making an argument about this in the comments in Fred's video. This character comes off like a very disturbing narcissist and delusional fucking crackhead. And yet someone too bad I turned out to be a crackhead. Dr. Zoc. Well, yeah. I mean, everybody. This is kind of similar to like the Maradonia author in the sense that, honey, everything you do is incredible, and nothing that you do is ever wrong or bad, and you are a genius, and you are a prodigy, and there is literally no wrong that you could do in this world, including smoking crack, including freebasing crack. Okay, let me reread this. And in fact, I can't do the voice the whole time because then it's actually distracting me from like the dumb shit that he wrote. Nobody could have dreamed of what I would do a few years later, and nobody would have believed it if they'd been told. Prime Minister Blair said I'd still be remembered in a million years. Did you catch that? There's just like a fucking paragraph all to itself that says, "Did you catch that?"
Have you been paying attention to how awesome I am?
Yeah, I caught it. Churchill, Hitler, and Lincoln will be footnotes in dusty history books 1,000 years from now. And nobody remembers Charles Martel, who saved Christianity in Europe by winning the Battle of Tours 1,300 years ago to set up the world as we know it today, comma. But Prime Minister Blair said I'd be remembered for 1,000,000 years. So this was also written by like a fucking child then, right? And not a 60-year-old man? Like, I learned what that was called in fucking first grade, a run-on sentence, and why it's bad. And why you can't write sentences like that. That was first grade. First fucking grade. And that's this is not a manuscript. This is the finished book. This is the finished book. And I want to know how you could say nobody remembers Charles Martel when you just did. What is your point here? Clearly you do. Now I do. Unless, like, did they make this person up? Is Charles Martel an actual historical figure? And not the guy who does the voice of Mario? Chat? Not the guy who does the voice of Mario? Not him? A multi-decade work for sure, Melonteeth. As in, Melonteeth. How have you been, dude? Haven't seen you in a while, man. You getting excited for Anti-Birth mashed up with the fucking actual game? Official game? Official Anti-Birth integration? How do you feel about that? Melonteeth worked on the Anti-Birth mod, guys, in case you didn't know that. Fucking, like, dev in chat. Actual, literal dev in chat. Oh, fuck. I got nerded out on Isaac, and I got distracted from the book. Yeah, as in he started writing it in first fucking grade and then dropped out of school and then continued to write it for the next... Again, we don't know if it's 20 or 40 years because the guy constantly changes his story and lies like a motherfucker. Okay. Prime Minister Blair said I'd be remembered for 1,000,000 years. Mr. Blair is not inclined to exaggerating. I was the last person you would expect to earn that accolade. I was a nobody from nowhere. When this story began, I was a little girl who didn't have much of a clue about anything. My job as a kid was to figure out what the heck was going on and what to do about it. It's not easy when you're young and everything is brand new. Full-grown man wrote that, guys. My father once served a tour in the Navy. He said I had to be the captain of my ship, but sometimes the seas would be rough. I had to learn all I could about the world. I wondered why should I be worrying about it in the 4th grade? I'd soon find out. Roro Octo says Mr. Blair exaggerated about a lot. Well, I don't know much about Prime Minister Tony Blair. Not being British. And not, keeping abreast of UK politics. Yeah, and in the US, he was kind of just known as Bush's lapdog. Like, that's, I'm sure his detractors of the UK called him that too. And I remember seeing, some fucking political cartoons where, Tony Blair was a dog, like a little fucking, like a Yorkshire Terrier or something, and was, sitting on Bush's lap and stuff, and it was, almost, uncomfortably, fetish, fucking, deviant art shit. Like, maybe some furry shit. Like, Tony Blair's got him on a leash. It's actually strikingly similar to, the Trump-Putin fucking political cartoons in a lot of cases, right? Except, with that, it tends to be, more gay. Like, the insinuation that they're gay together. But they didn't really do that with Bush. I guess maybe you could say back then, people had more class. Slightly more class. KXZ501. Free back. Family, thank you for 23 months of support. Speaking of DeviantArt, that reminds me. Oh, you know what? No, I'll save that. I'll save that for a little later on. Something to look forward to. Where was I? We're lost in this confusing world unless we follow the directions of its maker. I did. It's the only thing that got me through. So, like, it may not, according to him, have, like, all these things that are going to be, influence. His biases politically and stuff aren't going to be coming through in his work, even though they definitely are. Oh, my God, this is confusing. But we're about to get a heavy dose of, finger-wagging, Christianity, Catholicism specifically. And in a lot of his arguing with people online, he would just, like, throw Bible verses at them as if that was, a fucking validation of his argument. He'd be like, well, you're wrong, and my book is awesome, and you have no idea what you're talking about. Or you're being, like, willfully ignorant. And, I think John 3:16 proves that perfectly. And then he'd just copy and paste the Bible verse, and then he'd be like, well, all in a day's work. And then just, I guess, walk away from the computer, like, fuck, feeling like he accomplished something. Like, I showed him. Also, Cavu Kamari, free it back to the baby. Thank you for 2 months there. Everybody has pressures. There are two kinds. One is threats to your life and health. I had more than my share of that with 1,000 assassins wanting to get me. Okay. I'm just seeing like an army of fucking like ninjas just scaling a fucking skyscraper. The other kind is bearing responsibility for other people's lives and welfare. That's really tough if you care about them. What? Okay, that's a pressure, sure. I set new world records in that department. That's like literally, they called Guinness. Got that like actually in the book. No, it's not a full read, Brazilian Oak. I'm just going to do the sample chapters on the website. There's like 5 of them. People were sure I'd crack under the pressure, but I didn't. It will take smarter heads than mine to figure out why not. But nobody's smarter than you, Theresa. I'll be telling my own story, which is a good thing because nobody knows it as well as me. That's just like, that's called propaganda. The drawback is that there are some things I can't know because I wasn't there. What do you mean? Oh, so for example, Prime Minister Blair and President Stinson. I'm sorry, who's President Stinson? Is that the American president in this universe? So you had to make up a fake U.S. president, but it was just okay to use the actual British Prime Minister. Oh, Stinson is a real president? I forgot about Stinson. Oh, that's the guy on the $1 bill, right? The one between Bush and Obama? Okay. President Stinson was the one who Shadow the Hedgehog assassinated, I think. That's what happened in Shadow the Hedgehog, right? Like Shadow kills the president. I kind of blocked everything I knew about that game out of my memory. The drawback is there's some things I can't know because I wasn't there. For example, Prime Minister Blair and President Stinson mentioned they talked to each other on the phone. They must have talked with many other heads of state, and it would be interesting to know what was said. It's a sure bet they discussed how to eliminate me if I got out of control, but I can't know any of that. It can be frustrating not knowing these things, but remember you'll learn things in the same sequence I did. Somebody else telling my story could only say what I did in the world. They couldn't get in my head like you will. You'll see what a horrible worldwide mess I had to deal with. I'm very curious to know what the point of that entire paragraph was. Can anybody figure out what the point of that was? There was absolutely nothing of substance in that entire paragraph. I didn't learn anything from it. I didn't learn anything about the character. I didn't learn anything about the world that this is set in. Except maybe like that there's a possibility that the heads of state would have wanted her dead for some reason. I just... It's like he said, I don't know what I don't know, in one long rambling paragraph of nonsense for no reason. Oh, Saxomufumpet says, it's to tell you that the book is in first person. You know what does a pretty good job of explaining that? The word I. The participle, I. I think I is a participle. Just the one fucking letter when capitalized, I. It's all you need. It's all you fucking need.
My story began quietly with no hint of what was coming. End paragraph.
That sentence was its own paragraph.
I was home with my 17-year-old sister Catherine, who was old enough to be my babysitter. She made it possible for Mom to go back to her part-time job without leaving me alone. Catherine hadn't been a whiz in school like me, and she was thinking of going to one of the many trade schools around Boston after high school. Mom and Dad said I should go to college.
Why are you telling me that now?
Oops! Before going on, I have to mention an odd incident that happened 6 months before I was born.
It's like the guy writing this forgot that his fucking keyboard had like a backspace key. And that he could have just been like, man, maybe I should tell them that the 6 months prior thing before, since that's the order that I want the information. You know what, man? You know what? No, maybe we're not giving him enough credit. Maybe, oh my God, you know what this is? He's a fucking genius. He's writing this like with the writing talents of like a fucking 10-year-old. It's deliberate. It's deliberate. He's like, I really want to make it seem like, you know, this is an in-universe book written by the main character in the first person. It's got to be it. You know, it's you know what it's like, dude. Flowers for Algernon. And by the time we get to the chat, because he said in later chapters she's going to be a teenager, right? So by the time we get there, her writing style will have improved. And it won't be as bad. Holy shit, he's brilliant. He's fucking brilliant. Oh my God, this is genius. Every fucking argument he ever made against everybody was legitimate. We are going to find out, Shoonie Tunes. We are going to find out. Okay, so 6 months before she was born. And it says oops, by the way. Oops. Mom was raking leaves in the backyard when she noticed a fox sitting on its haunches 10 feet away. The first thing she noticed was that it had 2 tails. The second thing she noticed was 2 buttholes.
Hey, Sonic! Oh, wait, you're not Sonic,
the fox said.
Where the fuck am I? Whoa, looks like I slipstreamed into another dimension.
Okay, there's no Sonic crossover, guys. I'm sorry. It's not Tails. I'm sorry. Okay. I know, I got your hopes up. A fox sitting on its haunches 10 feet away. It was staring at her. Spooner Street! A metal rake is a good weapon against a creature as small as a fox, and Mom held her ground. Excuse me? You telling me that the fox was sitting on its haunches 10 feet away? At no point did you say the fox was frothing at the mouth and lunged at her. Why did this woman attack this innocent creature with a metal rake completely unprovoked? Oh, it was aggressively sitting on its haunches, Mango? Man, foxes are so fucking cute. I don't understand how somebody could want to cause violence to a fucking fox. Guys, I watched the fucking anime Agretsuko recently, and I saw like the fucking You know that they have the character that's the fennec fox? And I was just thinking about, like, how fucking cute they are. Like, and how I would have one as a pet. These things are, like, the most adorable. I think this is the cutest fucking animal on Earth. Has anybody not seen a fucking fennec fox? Look at this boy. Look at this. This is like short-circuiting my cuteness fucking like circuits. I'm having a fucking overload. And, you know, in terms of a human, that means like a seizure, I think. Essentially. Omseal says they express themselves through shrill, ear-shredding screams at a near-constant rate. All right, well, that is a drawback to having one as a pet. But Omseal, it's a tough choice. I mean, that's the trade-off. Listen, you could have the cutest fucking animal in the world as a faithful, loyal, loving companion, but he constantly fucking shrieks like a banshee at full volume, 24/7. Do you go for it? Look at the babies. Come on, you gotta boop that snoot, Roro Octo. It's a tough choice. Alright. After 5 minutes, the fox walked away. This strange event seemed unimportant. My parents forgot about it for 18 years. Okay, now I can begin my story. But why didn't you just, like, edit it, man? Our house was next to a pond close to the river where all the neighborhood's kids spent many happy hours looking for turtles and frogs. There was something in the water that was turning them gay. And as you know, this is against Catholic teachings. It was up to me to put the frogs through conversion therapy and make them straight once again. God himself gave me this task. Turtles and frogs. I was lounging on the deck reading a book on the school summer list. Catherine was inside reading a magazine. Hey, I wonder what book was on the school summer list. The book on the school summer list was Empress Theresa by Norman Boutin. Shameless self-promotion. It's not there. It doesn't say it there. I made it up. Taking a momentary break from the book, I noticed a red fox walking along the pond's edge. Fred, are you here yet, dude? Fred did say he was going to stop by when I told him I was doing this. Fred, did you see how on the website he tries to pitch this as, like, reading material for students in, like, grade school? Like, he tries to sell it like you could, you know, you could give it to your class and, like, read it together. Like, your literature students, you know? Did you see that? All right. I wasn't sure if that was new or not. I noticed the red fox walking along the pond's edge. It disappeared behind the little patch of woods which Dad let grow wild like most of the neighbors. This was very rare. Red foxes were never seen in broad daylight during the summer months. It didn't happen. I'm sorry, it happened or it didn't happen? But you're saying like it did. Oh, that's confusing. So I think they're trying to say, like, this is the type of thing that just never happened, but here it was happening. Like, because for a minute, I was like...
Red foxes were never seen in broad daylight during the summer months. Okay, it didn't happen. I made it up. Just kidding. Sorry.
Then something really amazing happened. It came out of the woods and walked towards me. I kept still and waited to see how close it came before noticing me. It was 60 feet away, 40, 20. By now it was clear it was looking at me. I considered running into the house, but curiosity won out. The fox reached the 4 steps of the deck. It came up the steps, stopped, and sat on its haunches staring at me. It did not seem vicious, so I waited. And then it opened its mouth and it said, "Chaos reigns." You get a cookie if you know what that's a reference to. You get a gold star sticker if you know what that's a reference to. What does the fox say? Oh, nothing yet. Hold on. In an instant, faster than you could blink an eye, a softball-sized white ball emerged from the fox and went straight into my stomach. Well, I did go for the low-hanging fruit as well, T the Hero. I went for both. I couldn't help it. Yeah, Willem Dafoe's penis. By the way, that movie, like, I don't think it was a bad movie, but I can never fucking watch that movie again. That was fucking awful. I believe that's Lars von Trier, right? I actually don't remember the name of the movie. What's the name of the movie? Antichrist, yeah. That is... Like, fuck that movie. Fuck that movie. Seriously, fuck that movie. Hold on a second, wait. Looking through the chat. Yeah, CL, it's not... That movie's not watchable. Nick Delcat. Thank you for the gift subs. Joe Schmo. Magic Man. Lynn SP. Welcome to the family. Thank you for the subs there. Lars von Trier also did the Nymphomaniac movies, which are also very difficult to watch, but I think I actually really like them. Like, I think they're great movies. But yeah, really, really tough to watch those fucking movies. Oh my god. Yeah, Jelly Hearts. It appears that the fox executed a Rasengan! So let's go over that again. A softball-sized white ball emerged from the fox and went straight into my stomach. Like, it hit her in the stomach. Like, this is like a game of dodgeball here. The white ball was absorbed into her stomach. Did it go into her mouth first? And then, no, he did say straight into her stomach. I'm trying to, I'm visualizing this, and it's fucking dumb. Lucario used Aura Sphere. It was super effective. Well, I hate to say it, but I think it's an immaculate conception type of a thing here. But like without the pregnancy and just with the, like as if, like they just found a 10-year-old kid and God was like, you're Jesus now. Right? Rasengan! I screamed and ran into the house. Normal reaction, I guess. The fox ran away. I slid the glass deck door closed and locked it just in time to see the fox disappear into the woods. In case the fucking fox, tried to, use its opposable thumbs to open the fucking door, right? Well, we have actually the first dialogue in the book here.
What did you scream for?
Asked Catherine, who had walked into the kitchen.
There was a fox out there. He won't hurt you,
she said, and went back to the living room. That was it. I mean, mention the Rasengan, maybe? Well, yeah, also continue the Naruto similarities here. Nine-tailed fox, right? Yeah, this is how she fucking essentially Empress Theresa becomes the Hokage of the entire world. I stood at the glass door for 5 minutes watching for anything else that might happen. At last, I thought it was all over. I went into the living room to sit down and think. What was that white thing? I couldn't come up with any theory. It was nothing I had ever seen on those television nature programs.
Well, crikey, it's me, Steve Owen. Today we're going to be wrestling with some of these red foxes. Gotta be careful because they'll sometimes vomit white orbs right into your stomach. Crikey!
Did it come out of the fox's mouth? I hope it came out of the fox's mouth. Like, that's more fun if it did. Perhaps it was a daydream from not eating enough. Mom had warned me about that. At age 10, I was already conscious of my weight and tried to stay skinny. I should eat something. Now, notice this. It's not the past tense, like, I figured I should eat something, or I thought to myself, I should eat something. I decided I should eat something. That sentence is in the present tense. I should eat something, right? Oh, holy fuck. I went into the kitchen to prepare an early lunch of fried eggs, a strip of bacon, toast, and milk. I don't think that's an early lunch. I think that's a late breakfast. Is that brunch? I think that might be a technical brunch. By the way, I don't know what the fuck a brunch is. And yeah, no, I'm not going to completely gloss over Z-Reserve and Linny. The fucking coding there that would potentially make a child consider having an eating disorder, maybe. I gobbled all this down in a couple of minutes and soon felt better. It was too little eating after all. Nothing had really happened. Oh, man. And I want to just copy paste this fucking paragraph for you guys. Like, just look at that. Like, read that.
Hello, it's me, David Attenborough. Tonight, we'll be taking a look at the elusive red-tailed fox and its capacity to vomit white orbs.
Maybe the orbs are like we were talking about the other night, like the ghost orbs. You see it? You like that sentence? Yeah, well, I did the entire book is that, Shoonie Tunes. So, she's decided that the entire thing was a fucking delusion, and none of it took place. Satisfied, I walked back into the living room to find something else to do. I turned on the television and watched the late morning talk shows for a while. YouTube, this doesn't sound like classical music. Let me just fucking start the playlist over. I turned on the television and watched the late morning talk shows for a while. You are the father. I heard fire trucks in the distance, blaring their deep-toned sirens. These trucks could be heard from a mile away. They were coming closer and closer. Soon, the sound made it obvious they were in the vicinity of our street. My intuition told me this had something to do with the white thing that jumped at me. Oh my God! I was attacked by Larry Bird! I went out the front door and waited on the lawn. The sirens were very close, and yes, they were turning into the street. A tanker truck and a small ladder truck. The two vehicles went halfway down the street and stopped. Already, people were coming out of the houses to watch the excitement. Where's the fire? It was a Firefox. I got attacked by a web browser. The yellow fire engines had loudspeakers that sent out vocal messages loud enough to rattle windows. A conversation was going on between the firemen and the station. Anybody here ever see a yellow fire engine? They're red, right? Is there a part of the world where they're yellow? Maybe it was a ball of white phosphorus tossed taters? So here's the conversation between the firemen and the station. What do you have? 115 degrees here, a fireman shouted. It's 70 here. Yup, we have something. I mean, it is fucking white phosphorus. And then she just fucking died from poisoning. Oops, the end. They're yellow in Australia? This is taking place in Massachusetts. Also, citric acid free up to the family. A crowd of neighbors was gathering near the confused firemen. I walked over to join the onlookers.
What's going on?
I asked one of my girlfriends.
You're looking for a fire.
The girl's father said,
The temperature jumped up in a few minutes. Somebody called the fire department.
It was hot. It was nice a little while ago. I thought it over. A fox appears in daylight, which never happens. It comes up practically to my feet. The white thing jumps into me, and the firemen look for a fire that doesn't exist. All this happened within an hour. There had to be a connection. This is like, yeah, somebody's first fanfic. This is like somebody's fucking first. Like they're 10 years old and they write a fanfic, like their first fanfic. Yeah, it took an hour for all that to happen, apparently. Oh my fucking God, this is rough. This is like, like everybody's first creative writing attempt that they fucking hide and destroy the evidence of having ever existed because they're embarrassed of it. Like what should have happened to Maradona. So I think the implication here is the white phosphorus orb somehow set off, raised the temperature in the area and set off some kind of alarm sensor that alerted the firemen, who then had to come investigate the source of the temperature change. And that's not how any of that works, is it? Before long, the fire chief arrived in his yellow sedan. Well, I think you know what it is here, guys. Every vehicle in the story is yellow. He asked the lead fireman if anything had been found. Then they walked over somebody's property to look at the pond. Nothing there. What are you talking about? Could it be a ground fire? The fireman asked the chief.
Not likely with water over there unless there's a rock ledge underneath. We have to check it out.
Guys, what's a ground fire? Isn't that like just a fire? This is a serious question. A fire on the ground? Did they tell people? Well, okay, opposed to... Not air fire. No, guys. As opposed to a house fire. A forest fire. I guess a ground fire if there's a lot of dry plants and grass and shit. The bush fire, the shrub fire. Do they call it a fucking ground fire? Are there any firemen here? As opposed to flying fire. Gubbington says it's a fire that ruins soil, often made with sticks, twigs, and fallen leaves. Okay, fair. Seems like it's a real thing. But then the fire chief says it's not likely with water over there unless there's a rock ledge underneath. So that means there can never be a fire if there's the presence of water. If water is anywhere nearby, a fire can't be started. This is the logic of these professional firemen. Thermistor probes were brought from the station. Thermistor? This is a word I don't know. That seems like it may be a real one. Thermistor probes were brought from the station, and firemen spent the rest of the morning pushing the probes a few inches into the ground to check the temperature. They did this on everyone's lawn, the area inside the turnaround at the end of the street, and finally went into people's backyards. They found nothing. So this is a thing that firemen actually do. Like what? There's going to be fire, like underground fire? Like, I feel like if you don't see fire, then there's no fire. Lava, maybe? Sam says, this part sounds like they Googled what is some fire terminology and pasted it all in here. Around 1 o'clock, the temperature in our neighborhood had dropped back down to 80 degrees. The firemen gave up and left. I was young and inexperienced, but I wasn't a dumbbell. If people found out what happened today, they'd pester me about it forever. My cousin Mary was diagnosed a schizophrenic, and the whole Sullivan clan was biting their nails, waiting for the gene to show up in some other family member. It wasn't going to be me. I resolved to never tell anybody, not even my parents would know. They'd think I was ill, like Cousin Mary. I didn't need it. What? God, that's twisted. So, oh my God. So like, I think it, all right, let's take it seriously for a second. The child's mentality is something that I already believe was quite possibly a delusion happened to me. I know full well, even at my age, that schizophrenia runs in the family. Like, maybe I like should tell somebody, like, to get help for it, but I'm not, because I don't want help. Which seems like something that very well could happen, might happen. I mean, what happened to Cousin Mary? Did Cousin Mary get treatment? You know what I fucking watched recently, guys? The movie Hereditary. Because everybody was like, I can't tell you how many times I saw this. Like, Hereditary is the greatest horror movie in years. Oh my God, Hereditary had me on the edge of my seat. I couldn't sleep. It was truly terrifying and so good. What a good movie. All the reviews were giving this movie had like fucking 89, 90% like Rotten Tomatoes and shit. Everybody was going ape shit over this fucking movie. And it is it's like, it has overtones of this topic, right? Called Hereditary for a reason, right? I watched this movie, and I'm not going to say it sucked, but it was like, whatever. Like, it was like, okay. it did not justify the way people were fucking reacting to that movie. Like, I expected to watch something awesome. Like, the way, the hype, man, the hype for this movie was off the charts. And I fucking watch it, and I'm like, that's it? Like, what? Mediocre at best. At best. Kava Kamari. Like, it barely fucking had jump scares in it. Which is like, you know, when you can't be scary and you fucking have to simulate scary, you do jump scares, right? I mean, there was some things in there that, yeah, were a little bit spooky, but also it was slow as fucking shit, Roro Octo. Listen, I'm not saying I hated it. I'm giving it the DAB rating, DAB. That stands for decent at best. Decent at best did not justify the fucking insane hype that I saw for that movie. Also, before I forget, Kaiser Fluffy Wuffy, free up back to the family. Thank you for 21 months. I'm going to dab on it. Not that I even wanted jump scares, Axel, but like, come on. I guess you'd call it a slow burn, Octane. I wasn't fucking crazy about it, is what I'm saying. 2 days later, I woke up early and walked into the living room. Mom was looking intently out the window.
What's going on?
I asked.
There's some men parked down next to the turnaround. They've been there all night.
I looked, and sure enough, a van and a four-door sedan, both yellow, were parked in the turnaround where they could see every house on the street. They weren't yellow.
Miss Gagnon said a police car stopped to talk to them at 2 a.m.,
said Mom.
They showed IDs, and a little later the police left.
Dad woke up and heard the same story. As Mom and Dad got ready for work, another police car came around the street, but left without stopping. Other people left for work. The morning wore on. The mail truck came by at 10. I took a poop at 12:32. I walked out to get the mail while Catherine was in her room. 2 minutes after I got back in the house, the car and van drove away. They had spotted me. I made up the poop. How did they know about me? I sat on the sofa thinking for a while. I felt I was being watched. Or was somebody listening? ? I spotted the phone. Was somebody listening on the phone? Everything's bugged! Theresa goes on like a fucking paranoid rampage. She starts fucking ripping apart all the furniture and shit. Hold on. Figgy friend, it's like, you know, you might thinking like it's a paranoid delusion that she thinks that she's this important. But the sad reality, as we're about to find out, is that she is. Snackalope theorizes that she may have a... Yes, an alien inside her. Well, I didn't see anything about hazmat suits yet. Hold on a minute. Fuzzy Guy Person says, I'm already lost. This book is bad. You had a fair warning that this was not going to be a good book. Did anybody think that this was going to be a good book and is like disappointed now? Okay. Let me steel myself. Let me cold steel myself for a minute here. You thought it would be quicker paced, so I'm also stopping to go on tangents. I guess I'll stop doing that so much. Okay. I sat on the sofa thinking for a while. I felt I was being watched, or was somebody listening? I spotted the phone. Was somebody listening on the phone? I dialed 0 for the operator. I was going to say pink telephone, but I decided not to.
Operator, how may I help you?
Can I have the number for Alice Pizza in Framingham?
One moment, please.
10 seconds later, another woman said,
Alice Pizza, 555-8402.
So clearly what's happening here is, yeah, she thinks that she's been spending a lot of time on, on some subreddits and 4chan, and, yeah. She thinks that whatever is going on might be tied up in Pizzagate. And she's trying to get to the bottom of this on her own, right? Fucking Hillary Clinton bugged the House. It's all starting to come together here. I mean, I don't think that there's another fucking explanation for this. You know, I mean, an innocent gorilla is dead. None of this is adding up. Here, guys. Thanks. I hung up, so they weren't listening. Okay, so the fucking, 10-year-old girl was able to determine that the phone line wasn't being tapped because she picked up the phone and contacted the operator in order to get a phone number for a fucking pizzeria. And upon receiving the phone number, was able to hang up satisfied and content that the phone line wasn't bugged. I need to understand how that little experiment was meant to prove to her that the phone wasn't being tapped. Was she listening for a click? Like, you know how in The Wire, right? Sometimes they'll hear the click and they'll be like, oh, I think it's bugged. I heard a click. Or whatever. And I feel like, this book was written in 2012. Oh, it took them 20 years to write it, right? No, I'm gonna say, I'm pretty sure you could have your fucking phone tapped these days and not even realize it, right? There's not going to be a tell. And even if there is, why is she aware of it? She's an expert on, fucking espionage, wiretapping and shit. The weekend arrived. Mom and I went to Boston to shop in the Washington Street shopping district. We drove down to the Boston Commons underground parking garage. I thought I saw some car come in right behind us and park close to our car. Right, not to mention the fact that the phones are always tapped today, rhinoceros. It's another conversation.
But it's only to better advertise to you, my dear, that's all.
We got up to the surface, and a man followed us. We went to the Barnes & Noble bookstore first, because if we bought something, it would be small and easy to carry the rest of the day. I looked through the books on sale and thought I saw a different man watching me. Barnes & Noble had 2 floors.
I'm going upstairs, Mom,
I said. Imagine being so bad at fucking tailing somebody for espionage purposes or whatever, or fucking, spy purposes in any way, that a fucking 10-year-old spots you. And I think this might be a Barnes & Noble, a little promo here, maybe. Maybe they cut him a check. Why couldn't it have just been any bookstore? Why is Barnes & Noble? And I want to point out my favorite part of this paragraph. Barnes & Noble had 2 floors. I'm going upstairs, Mom, I said. So before saying, I'm going upstairs, he had to make sure that you knew that Barnes & Noble had 2 floors, right? We were too stupid to assume that the fucking Barnes & Noble didn't have 2 floors. Shuni says what Barnes & Noble has 2 floors. To be fair, there is one on Staten Island that has 2 floors. Oh my God. Somebody in chat earlier, quoted, "Who can it be now?" There was an escalator to the 2nd floor. I went along the wall, stopping now and then, pretending to look at books, and that same man from downstairs always seemed to be close to me. He was spying on me. Yeah? You put that together on your own? Again, hey, maybe it's paranoid delusion. Later,
we went to McDonald's. And I spotted another man who walked behind us into the restaurant. He was there as long as we were, and after we left, I looked back, and he was coming out too. McDonald's dollar menu had a lot of really tasty and affordable items on it, so Mom bought a bunch of them to bring home with us, including the McDonald's apple pie, a McFlurry with Oreo crumblies, 2 4-piece chicken McNuggets, and a chicken McWrap. Okay, I made that part up. I tried to go in the McPlay's ball pit, but it was filled with vomit. You know what I hadn't thought about until very recently? Can you imagine how much of a fucking nightmare it has to be for a person who works at a place like that to fucking clean vomit out of a ball pit? Do you have to take every fucking individual ball out of that ball pit and clean it? Like, what do you do? Just replace the balls sick today? Well, how often do they fucking replace the ball? Albino octopus, I thought that because of watching Gravity Falls. Actually, yeah. Gravity Falls made me think that. This music is not working for me. Hold on. I just gotta start the playlist over. I don't know. I just don't like it. I don't want the Gregorian chanting or whatever that is. Also, Bringles. Thank you for 13 months of support. Just spray a little bit of Lysol in the ball pit, Fading Ember. The day I have to clean vomit out of a fucking ball pit is the day I walk out of that fucking job. Like, I don't care. I'll be homeless. We got back home and Mom took things into the bedroom. What? We got back home and Mom took things into the bedroom. I guess she made another stop after McDonald's. I dialed the operator again. That or she wants to eat the McDonald's food in bed.
Operator, how may I help you?
Can you give me the number for Alice Pizza in Framingham?
1 moment, please.
I waited and waited and waited. A full minute passed by and she hadn't come up with the number yet. I hung up the phone. Now they knew I knew. How? 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 While I was young, I had some feeble ideas of what all this meant. My life wasn't going to be like that of other kids. I had to think like somebody important, somebody with responsibilities. I was something special. Maybe I was dangerous, or that was what the government was thinking. Someday they would come around and talk to me. I wasn't stupid enough to think they would just watch me for the rest of my life. This is just paranoid delusions. This is honestly a fucking very mentally ill child who fucking like needs treatment and doesn't want to fucking like talk to anybody about what's happening to them. That is what I am getting from this book right now. I don't get anything else from this book at this point. I have no reason to believe anything else about what I'm reading. It is a little bit. It's got a Neil Breen flavor to it, right, Gaius? I am awesome and the best. And I'm going to be famous one day. I just know it. Because I deserve to be. Because I'm special and important. I just know it. Melon Teeth says, I think it's implying the operator was a fake plant. How did you get that out of it, though? And I think the better question is, like, how did she get that out of it? And how did she come to that? Oh, okay. So, 2 days later, Mom took me to a nearby strip mall. There was a DVD movie rental store. I looked around for the classic movie 2001: A Space Odyssey. They'd shown it on television a couple months ago. Oh, that's kind of creepy, chat. Considering what happened on Monday, right? Oh, man. This is... It's getting creepy. You know, when I saw the motherfucking monolith in Minecraft. Ugh. Guys, I lived through a Minecraft creepypasta. My life is a fucking Minecraft creepypasta at this point. I'm living in a Minecraft fucking creepypasta. All we need to finish this up, to round this out, is Hero Brian has to show up and, like, in my mirror, and then, like, reach out of my mirror and choke me to death, and that's it, we're done. People could talk about that on the internet, like, for fucking generations to come. Holy fucking shit. What fucking 10-year-old would have an interest in any Stanley Kubrick movie? What kid would see fucking, Space Odyssey on, like, fucking PBS while they're flipping through the channels and be like, oh, man, this got my attention. I'm going to watch this, and not immediately go watch, like, Sonic X. Orange Juice Nut says, when I was 10, Dad showed me 2001: Space Odyssey. Would you have watched Space Odyssey if you were left to your own devices? Or would you have watched Ice Age 2? You see what I'm saying? Like, and would it have held your attention the whole time? I certainly don't think so, especially that movie. That movie is also fucking slow as shit. Like, the only a fucking, like, young film prodigy, like a 10-year-old like Martin Scorsese would have been like, oh wow, look at the cinematography, because it was a fucking little, like, budding movie nerd. That's the only person who would have fucking been into that. I played and replayed the parts of the movie where the astronauts talked to Hal. The most chilling scene was when astronaut Dave Bowman left the spaceship in a pod to retrieve the body of his dead astronaut partner drifting through space. When he flew back to the spaceship, he said one of Hollywood's most famous lines. "Open the pod bay doors, Hal." But the spaceship's computer, Hal, wouldn't open the door. It was a creepy scene. So it's like the author just kind of being like, guys, I watched this movie and it had a really cool scene in it, and I want to tell you about the really cool scene in the movie. What is this? It was probably on HBO as he wrote it. Now, so if I saw something like this in a book, and even if it was done with more tact than this, I would assume, and hopefully it would be done with more tact than this, I would assume that there is a reason that the author is referencing that scene and that dialogue from that movie. And I would assume that later on, it would become relevant, right? There's a reason that the author brought that up. Now, I want you guys to take bets on whether or not you think, because I don't know either, that is gonna be relevant. That we'll be sitting here at one point saying, oh, that's why he brought up that scene from fucking 2001. You bet on it, guys? And there's a possibility like it could be relevant, but it's still not going to be done with tact. Like maybe he like knew what he was doing to that at least to that one fucking degree. Because why the fuck else bring this up? Also at the DVD movie rental store, I rented Stanley Kubrick's The Shining because I was on a Kubrick kick. Haha, Kubrick kick. It rhymes. I kept replaying the scene where a man in a tuxedo gets a blowjob from a dog furry. It was a creepy, spooky scene. All right, that's not here. I made that up. Oh, so we were talking about it last night, right? Oh, fuck. The summer days rolled by. I saw the Watchers following me everywhere. Mom did most of her grocery shopping on Saturday, and I usually went with her because Catherine wandered off with her friends. While Mom was talking to the meat counter clerk, trying to score some meat, I went down the breakfast cereal aisle to choose something. I just fucking can't. Like, now I'm thinking about, like, breakfast cereals. This is ADHD life, guys. Hi, Teresa. Some woman I didn't know was standing next to me. She looked to be in her early 20s and had a friendly smile. Yeah, you know what'll be a fun game? When I add lines and see if you guys can pick out, like, if they're fake or not, right?
Hi!
I said with a young kid's taciturnity. What does that mean? What is taciturnity, man? Are you trying to say a tax attorney? I have never seen this word spoken before. I have to Google this. Taciturnity. Google says taciturnity is not a word, and it's showing me results for taciturn. Adjective, reserved or uncommunicative in speech, saying little. Well, I mean, Norman, taciturnity is not a word, and it's not going to be no matter how much you want it to be. Taciturn. It's a hard C. That's one of those words I've always seen written down without the I-T-Y at the end of it. You know, this is a word I've always seen written down, but I don't think I've ever heard it spoken out loud. Taciturn. And I knew it meant, like, you know, not talkative, basically, right? So I mean, you know, young kids can talk a lot, you know, sometimes way too much, right? And I was going to say, that's exactly what I was going to say, Bobertine. He had the option, God, so many options. I said in a taciturn fashion, with the taciturn voice of a child, if he wanted to keep that fucking mention of a child in it. There were a lot of ways to do that without forcing a word into existence. Hi, I said with the young kid's taciturnity.
Do you have a cell phone?
Yeah.
Call me when you're alone.
She handed me a piece of paper with a phone number. The woman knew that I knew about my watchers. Yes, Kavakamari, if we're subscribing to the idea he's writing in the POV of a 10-year-old, no 10-year-old would try to use the word taciturnity. Great point. They wouldn't use the word, the actual word, to begin with. Nevertheless, the fucking fake one. The woman knew The woman knew that I knew about my watchers. I had often stared at them. So this woman also knew I had to think she was one of them, and I had to be curious enough to talk to her. She talked to you. When we got back home, I went to my room and called the number. My curiosity about the Watchers overcame my wish to keep Hal secret. I'm sorry, what? What the AI from 2001. This is the sentence, guys. Can anybody... She thinks Hal is real and... Well, when was I going to get that information? Ploptipus says the 2001 reference is there solely so they can name the orb Hal. Ellie Igor, we're back to family. Thank you for 4 months. Okay, let's start with this, guys. We just got the information that... Okay, so it was relevant. But when was I going to be told that the girl was going to start calling the orb that was in her stomach Hal? Because the way that this information was... they're already talking like I'm supposed to know that already. I scrolled up to see if I skipped something. I didn't. Did the author just forget? Cryptid, thank you for the gift sub. Planeteer, welcome to the family. Oh my god, this is bad. Well, turns out there was a reason that it was brought up. It turns out they described that scene for an important reason, it seems. But it's just that the author didn't seem to feel like sharing that reason with us. Ooh, man. I wanted to know how they knew about me. The woman answered, her spies must have told her I was home. Hi, said the cheerful woman. I'm Jan Struthers from the United States government. Are you alone?
Yeah, are you?
You know I'm not. There are 60 people with me in this room. Can we talk? My childhood was over. All I wanted was an ordinary life, like everybody else. It looked like I wouldn't get it.
About what?
About your little secret. We know about it. I thought about that. Everybody had secrets. Talking to this woman wouldn't be admitting mine. Thank you for the bits, unknown.
Something happened to you to make those fire trucks come to this neighborhood. You were giving off a lot of heat. We know you were because we saw it all around you. What happened before the fire trucks came?
I don't have to tell you anything, do I? I want a fucking lawyer!
Jan Struthers maintained her friendly attitude.
No, you don't. But it will make things a lot easier if you tell us something. We're not going away. We will be spying on you from now on. We have to. Whatever happened is very important.
You don't know anything that happened?
We know a lot. Something from outer space came to Earth 7 years ago. We've been looking for it ever since. That heat you were giving off has to have something to do with that thing from outer space.
It's aliens.
It's aliens.
Oh, it's aliens now. I considered that. Jan Struthers gave me a moment and then brought out a point.
I can tell the rest of the paragraph, but I can't. There's nothing natural to Earth that could have caused that heat. The thing from space did it. We watched you rent that movie, 2001: A Space Odyssey. You are aware of that thing. What happened before the fire trucks came? I am.
So, oh, dear Lord. A fox from space? There's only one answer. Yes, I agree. Peter Fox McCloud Griffin. That's right. That's right. Peter Yiffin. I wanted to put it into OBS, but I don't know if I have it anymore. Did anybody have good enough taste and respect for talent to save that Photoshop to their computer and can link it to me right now? No? Damn. All right. There was no use denying something happened. They already knew.
I saw a fox walking near the water. It came up close to me, and a white thing jumped out of it. That's all.
Where did the white thing go?
In me.
How big was this white thing?
Like a softball.
I could just see the author scrolling up to make sure, it fucking had the right description. He's like, I think I remember saying it was the size of a softball. Let me just go make sure I did say that it was the size of a softball. Okay, yeah, I did say that it was the size of a softball. And then scrolled back down and wrote, like a softball.
Did it come from the fox?
Yup. Came right out.
She just told you that.
What part of the fox?
The stomach.
How did it jump out at you?
It moved in my stomach.
Oh, man. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. It sounds like a 10-year-old describing...
Show me on the doll where the fox hit you with the ball.
We're all being tracked by the FBI, yeah. Sorry, guys. We're all going to jail. I wasn't very enthusiastic about telling the story. Jan Struthers had to force it out of me One tiny piece at a time.
How long did that take?
Like that.
I snapped my fingers at the phone.
Did you feel anything?
Nope.
Did this white ball look solid, like a steel ball?
Nope. Fuzzy like cotton.
What happened then?
I ran into the house and waited. Then I ate breakfast. I thought I was going crazy.
How long after the white ball jumped at you did the fire trucks come?
Half an hour.
Guys, there's like 2 more pages of this.
Did the white thing change you in any way?
No.
Does it make sounds or talk to you?
No.
Have you seen it again?
No. It's like it went away.
How have you been eating lately?
Like I always do.
Jan took a break to think what else she could ask. This was the most important interview since Moses came down from the mountain.
Oh, dude. Oh, I didn't make that up. Please, look. What do you know about Pizzagate?
Nothing, I swear.
What do you know about Harambe?
Nothing.
This was the most important interview since Moses came down the mountain.
Oh my gosh.
Well, man, I'm trying to remember my Catholic school days. What happened when Moses came down the mountain? He had the tablets. He went to the Jews. He was like, guys, look at the tablets. These are the rules from God. That's it. Case closed. End of story. What interview? Where was the interview? What is she talking about? He called them assholes and then smashed the tablets? Well, the golden cow thing was... Oh, okay, yeah, I remember that. Yeah, okay, yeah. Alright, so he came down, and they were worshiping the calf, and he was like, you guys are assholes. And then he smashed the tablets because he was, like, pissed at how big of assholes they were being. And then God was like, dude, now I have to make more of those, man. Why did you do that? Like, I just finished making those. Dude, why? And he was like, all right, I'm sorry. And then God had to make 2 more tablets and then give them back. That's what happened. But when was there an interview? Do you know how hard it is to carve shit into stone, Soy Witch? I mean, I know I'm God, but like... I appreciate, artists and craftsmanship.
Bro, party foul. Moses, that was a big time party foul, broses. He calls him broses. Broses, my dude. Epic fail, my guy.
Oh my fucking God. Oh, man. So he is sitting here conflating this conversation with Jan Struthers to a biblical event. Right? One of the, founding fucking events of all of, Judeo-Christianity. Right?
Would you be willing to come in and talk to some smart people and figure out what this thing is?
I didn't do anything.
All right.
She dropped that line immediately.
You rented 2001 A Space Odyssey. What did it show you?
It showed me don't talk to this thing. It's like talking to the devil.
Do you have a name for it?
How?
Like the computer. The monolith was the alien, not the computer. In case anybody reading this book was confused. Or maybe the child is confused.
The monolith didn't talk. Did the fucking author even watch the movie? I don't even think he watched it. I don't even think that Norman watched the fucking movie. Oh my God.
The monolith didn't talk.
Does Hal talk?
No.
It's a good idea not to try to talk to it. Don't stir it up.
What is Hal?
We don't know. We saw it 7 years ago, but haven't seen or heard about it since. You're the only one who's seen it.
Does it come from space?
Probably, but that may not be bad. This thing may never do anything. I think that covers everything. I have to emphasize how important it is to tell nobody about this. Don't give a hint to anybody. If you talk to somebody, they will too, and you will never be able to live the life you want. No college, no job, no marriage, no friends. You'll have to stay at home all the time. This is the last thing we want. A lot of people are trying to keep this a secret.
It's like she said it was from space, and then she said it wasn't from space, and then she told her, like, not to tell anybody about this. Which is insanity. Like, you gotta tell your mom. You gotta tell... This is like what people who abuse children say. Right, like something bad will happen if you tell anybody. Oh my fucking God. Like, this is not what the government is, like, supposed to say to kids. Vinehart says it's the best prank call of all time. Yeah, it's just like... You know, it's like the Jerky Boys fucking with this little girl. And it's just, yeah, sadly, it's the schizophrenia that's making her fucking, like, paranoid, delusional. You know, I mean, it's like... wildly fucking irresponsible on the part of a fucking government employee to fucking feed into a child's, like, mental issues.
What if one of my watchers talks?
Most of our people don't know why they're watching you. Only the people at the top know. I'm one of the few people who knows you give off heat. Without knowing that, nobody can prove you have anything to do with Hal. That's the biggest secret. Without knowing about the heat, they can't spot you or suspect anything.
Don't those 60 people know about me?
Very good, Theresa. I'm impressed. These people are top-ranking officials from the Defense Intelligence Agency. Your watchers are people hired from outside. They know nothing. Very good, Theresa. You're right. I did just lie to you.
Can I tell my parents?
Okay, to be fair.
That's up to you. But remember, if you can't keep it a secret, why should your parents? Your mother will want to share it with Aunt Jessica. Then Aunt Jessica will want to share it with Uncle John. And before you know it, 10,000 reporters will be parked in front of your house for the rest of your life.
Not if Hal never does anything.
All the more so. It's anticipating something that hasn't happened yet that interests people.
I feel like all these people would just fucking hear this shit and then be like, so, did you find a good psychologist for Theresa yet? I know a guy. Maybe I could hook you up with the number. I don't know if they're gonna take, you know, your insurance. But man, that's rough. Like, maybe is there anything I could do to help through this? This is awful. A break in the conversation let me absorb this new idea. This was heavy stuff for a 10-year-old to think about. Something else had made me wonder. Why is the operator
one of you guys?
Linny, great. Thank you for that gift sub, Dolly.
Feel to the family.
You might ask the operator to connect you to somebody. Maybe somebody outside the country. We need to know who it is. It's for your protection.
Well, I mean, how did, again, like, we still don't know what made her think that the operator was the fucking, was like one of the watchers.
How can I give off heat without burning up?
Hold on!
There was a moment of silence. I had stumped her! Exclamation point!
Theresa, we think Hal is doing a lot of things around you, but not inside you. It's like you're in a party. A lot of people are dancing around you, but they're not making you dance. And one guy in a tuxedo is getting a blowjob from a dog furry.
That sounded reasonable.
Okay.
Well, I'll leave you alone now. Thanks for talking with me. Call anytime you have questions.
She hung up. I'll bet the 60 people cheered her for doing a good job. But I don't know that because I wasn't there. I can't know about things that I wasn't there for. I think I mentioned that earlier, but I'll remind you again that it's quite impossible for me to have knowledge of events that happen while I'm not there. There's a possibility that the 60 people cheered her for doing a good job, but I don't know that, and I suppose there's no way that I ever could. Anyway, there it was. They tapped the phone and watched me all the time. And they knew I was being watched. But I said nothing to Mom and Dad. What must the spies be thinking about that? No, the clarification bit was me. That was me. But you really honestly couldn't tell, could you? Could you? In a moment, I realized Jan Struthers hadn't asked me if I told anybody besides my parents the secret. They knew I hadn't. How did they know that? Maybe they forgot to ask. One day, I woke up at 6:30 a.m., tumbled out of bed, and changed to jeans and sweatshirt before my groggy eyes cleared, and I noticed an orange spot in the middle of my field of view. It was right there in the exact middle, no matter where I looked. I hadn't noticed immediately because it was small. It was like a golf ball. It was like an orange golf ball at 40 feet.
Wait, what?
Oh, dude. Yeah? Let me see if I can help immerse you guys a little bit. Okay. There we go. That'll work. Titliest. We only sell the titliest golf balls. Our competitors sell golf balls that are not nearly as titly. I put on shoes and walked to the living room. The orange spot was always there. I went out to the backyard. Are you sure you're not just looking at the fucking sun, Theresa? I think you might just be looking at the sun. Stop looking at the sun. I put on shoes and walked to the living room. The orange spot was always there. I went out to the backyard. Likewise, the little orange ball was always there even when I looked up at the sky. Hal must have had something to do with it.
What is that for?
I whispered. Oh, wait.
What is that for?
I whispered. Oh, is it too close to be 40 feet away? Hold on. Better? A few days later, I was working in the tiny garden I kept in the backyard. I liked to grow pumpkins, which were fairly easy to grow, and would grow 8 plants a year in the small plot. The plants now had vines 3 feet long with little 1-inch pumpkins. They would expand rapidly in the next month until they reached 8 or 10 inches in diameter in September. So much pointless fucking information. Or maybe it's not. Hold on. Maybe it's just that's a pumpkin? Maybe? Like, or somehow? I was pulling up the annoying weeds that kept sprouting up all the time. The worst was that prickly weed whose name I didn't know that would grow 3 feet tall if you let it. You Googled everything else. Why didn't you just Google that, dude? I used a hand spade to dig one of the prickly weeds up by the roots and felt a rock. I brought up the 3-inch wide flat rock and threw it at a gallon water sprinkler can 10 feet away. The rock traveled at a speed of approximately 16 miles per hour, and it hit the can in the upper leftmost part of it, several inches away from the center of the can. I measured it later, and it turned out to be 4.5 inches from the center of the can. I walked 4 feet forward and then another 13 centimeters to reach the can. Solve for X. Solve for X. Oh, fuck me. I didn't know that would... First of all, I thought Theresa was supposed to know everything. She's supposed to be like the smartest girl ever. How does she not know the name of the prickly weed? The worst was that the prickly weed, whose name I didn't know, that would grow 3 feet tall if you let it. Like really fucking dig into that sentence, guys, please. Like, really appreciate this, please. Like, please. Really soak that in. I used a hand spade to dig one of the prickly weeds up by the roots and felt the rock. I brought up the 3-inch wide flat rock and threw it at a gallon water sprinkler can 10 feet away. The rock hit the can dead center. I hadn't even tried to do that. I found another rock and threw it at the can. It too hit the can. Holy shit, we should take Theresa to the carnival. We could win all the stuffed animals. I got the rocks and walked 15 feet away from the can. I threw the rocks while keeping the orange dot in my eye field on the can. The rocks hit the can again. Yeah, she's gonna be like the fucking Yankees draft pick. Orange juice nut. She's hacking! She's got an aim bot! She's hacking! I got the rocks once more, walked 50 feet away. Nobody could hit the can from this distance. I threw. The rocks hit the can. So that's what the orange dot was for. It was an aiming device. It got the rocks to whatever I was looking at. Interesting, but I couldn't see any use for it. World-class sniper? It's fucking Z targeting. The fucking... Helix, the white orb gave her Z targeting in real life. Oh man, we need to install Battle Eye on Life.
Hey, listen!
Holy fucking shit. 2 days later, I saw 10-year-old Tommy Kearns walking back from the nearby convenience store. I sometimes saw him throwing a baseball with another boy. Here we go.
Going to Tommy's house, Bob.
Okay, dear. Tommy's house was 4 homes down the street. I knocked on the Kearns' door. The mother answered.
Hi. Is Tommy here?
The mother found Tommy and told him Teresa was visiting. Tommy came to the door.
Hi, Teresa. Hi. You want to pass the ball? Sure. I'll get it.
She's going full fucking Barry Bonds with this shit now. Like, what is, she's just gonna fucking cheat her way through life? Not tell anybody that she has these fucking gifts from a fucking alien? That's not very Christian-like. Like, you want to hope that she gets fucking irresponsible with it and it backfires and it's a monkey paw or fuck somehow and there's a moral and she learns something, but I don't know about you guys. I don't see this going there. At least the fucking Adam Sandler movie, Plopty-Puss, has a fucking moment where the person is like, yeah, oh, man, this isn't as great as I thought it was. And it's wrong. It begs the question, did Jesus have a reticle? Perhaps. I think if anything, Jesus had access to console commands. You know, right? Like, he opened the console and he was like he had maybe the debug menu. He's like, all right, we got 1 fish, but we need a lot more. Got 1 loaf of bread, but we need a lot more. He just did / game mode creative and just gave himself like an infinite stack of fish and bread. He retrieved a baseball and 2 baseball gloves, and we went to the street. We stood roughly 15 feet apart and passed the ball back and forth. Spawn it in, spawn it in. I can't stop thinking about Minecraft, Jesus. No, ADHD, please. Okay. We stood roughly 15 feet apart and passed the ball back and forth. I backed up to 20 feet and we continued passing. So, 15 feet, 20 feet. This guy's all about feet. I was getting the ball straight to Tommy's chest. He was not doing as well. I had to take a step or 2 to the side to catch the ball. Tommy stood in place.
Hey, you're good.
Tommy exclaimed.
How do you do that? I'm a natural, I lied.
I'm a natural, I said. Fucking little bitch. I backed up to 30 feet. It went the same way. I hit Tommy dead on while Tommy's aim was typical for a 10-year-old. Bad. This fucking paragraph reads like a Trump tweet. Tommy's father came out and walked to Tommy.
Can I take over, son?
You can't beat my dad. No way you're gonna be able to beat my dad. Dad, I'm getting beaten by a girl.
Tommy, I will beat you for this later. In the meantime, let me show this 10-year-old girl what a real pitcher looks like. In your face, 10-year-old girl. In your face. I can't wait to embarrass this 10-year-old girl in front of the entire block. Like, come on. What is this? Why is this man doing this? Like, what business is this of yours? Yes, it's real. Yes, it's real. Okay, some of what I just said I made up, but Wait. Oh, my fucking God. She's using her powers. Like, he's going, the author, right? He's going to all these lengths to demonstrate what it is that this orange ball is about, what it can do, why it's amazing, you know. But I feel like we were good after the first scene with the can and the rocks. Like, I feel like we didn't need this. Like, we got it. We got it. It gives her perfect aim. It's Z targeting. We understand what it is. You don't need to do this part. Tommy's father came out and walked to Tommy.
Can I take over, son?
Tommy was glad to be relieved. The father smiled and asked,
Ready?
Yeah.
I said. We tossed back and forth. Tommy's father had an accurate aim. I didn't have to step side to side to catch the ball. After a few throws, Tommy's father backed up to around 40 feet. No 10-year-old could throw accurately at this distance, he must have thought. We tossed the ball. I invariably got the ball straight to Tommy's father. This went on for another 10 minutes. Other people had been coming out to watch. You know what, Superfly, it sounds like he's fulfilling his own, like, childhood fantasy where, like, he wishes he could have done this. At last, the father noticed that I was getting tired. This was August, and it was very hot.
Let's call it quits, Theresa,
the father said.
It's getting hot.
So, like, the narration had to tell you, and then the character had to tell you.
Okay.
I went aside to talk to Tommy. Several adults came up to Tommy's father. One of them asked him, How
good is she? She's incredible. Someday she might pitch for the Red Sox.
Oh, fuck me. Oh my fucking God. This is abysmal. This is getting hard, guys. This is getting hard. Wow. August rolled on. It was a week before I was to begin the 5th grade, and I could think of little else. Most kids said they hated school. I loved it because I'm a little goody two-shoes bastard. It was there that I met all my friends who were scattered all over town in the summer. There that the girls invited each other to each other's homes. It was a working day for my parents, and Catherine had eaten something. I began throwing together lunch for myself. Mom had bought steaks. There was a new bottle of steak sauce. I tried to open it, but it was tight. This is how we find out that fucking Theresa has, like, you know, she could turn into the fucking Hulk, too. She's got that, too. Norman was like,
So my main character is like basically Superman if Superman was a 10-year-old girl. She has all the superpowers, yup, every single one of them, and no weaknesses. She's basically like Superman, but not gay, and better. Because you know how Superman is like stupid and bad and gay? Well, Theresa is like Superman, except not those things.
Really? It was like a quasi Gambi, yeah. It was it's definitely.
No, because Superman is weak, has a weakness to kryptonite, and that makes him bad. Well, Theresa doesn't have a weakness. Except Stanley Kubrick movies, because she loves them, apparently.
It's funny because the author, when he compared himself to Harper Lee, he actually criticized To Kill a Mockingbird by saying that you could completely excise like a couple of 100 pages, I believe. Like he was like, there's so many pages that aren't necessary in that book. His point being, guys, that he is a better author than that. That he is a better author than Harper Lee. Are you getting that? The level of delusional, like the delusions of grandeur? Negative Bread. This fucking guy is criticizing a fucking classic novel. A classic beloved novel. For being, for having unnecessary fucking pages in it. This guy is doing that. This is a real person. No, I'm not saying psych. Oh, Christ. Okay. There was a new bottle of steak sauce. I tried to open it, but it was tight. The trouble with these steak bottles was that the cap was so narrow. There was no leverage to twist it. This is like the beginning of an infomercial, right? Where it's like you see a black and white clip of somebody trying to open a steak bottle and they're like, don't you hate when this happens to you? Pesky steak bottles being too narrow and you can't get them open. And then there's like, and like a big red X appears on the screen before they pitch the fucking product to you. That actually gets the fucking steak bottles open easier. And you're sitting there like, nope, I've literally never had that problem. Not once in my life, thanks. There is a better way. There was no leverage to twist it. I tried harder. No wonder little old ladies starved to death. What? What? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, fuck. A little more effort and the bottle broke. Steak sauce spilled on the counter. A steak sauce bottle had particularly thick glass and should be unbreakable. Okay, so you broke the fucking glass bottle. It's not impossible. It's unlikely, but it's not impossible. You know what I can't stop thinking about right now, guys? Like, you know, a fucking ambulance shows up, right? To a house, they get out. They go up to the fucking door, like it's locked, right? Like, shit, we got a life alert from this house. Like, somebody pressed their life alert. We got notified at the hospital. And they break the fucking door in and they run into the kitchen. And there's a fucking old lady on the floor. Completely emaciated, starved to death. There's a fucking unopened steak bottle like on the floor next to her. Right? The steak sauce bottle is just unopened, lying next to her on the floor. You could see it was her fucking rigor mortis fingers are like clutching at the top of it, right? In her failed effort to get it open. The refrigerator door is open, filled with food that are not steak sauce. But she's on the floor having starved to death, right? All the food is rotting in the refrigerator. And the two paramedics look at each other and they're like, oh, man, I can't believe it. Another one. Another old lady falls victim to these goddamn evil steak sauce bottles. I know, man. It's tragic. It's like the 1,000th one this year. And then there's like a statistic, from the fucking, the government. 11,000 old women starved to death this year because their home was not protected against unopenable steak sauce bottles. Liquid Mantis, free back to family. Thank you for 20 months of support. It's like, man, why didn't she just eat like the bread that's in the fucking... Shh. Quiet now. I cleaned up the mess and put away the rest of the food. I wanted to think. How had I broken the thick glass bottle which not even a strong man could have done? Did I have a lot of strength? I looked around for something to lift. The living room sofa was the heaviest piece of furniture in the house. I lifted one end of it easily. But so did Dad. How could I tell how strong I was? Guys. I mean, if it was me, I would just eat the steak without the sauce. And I sort of feel like if she was able to lift a fucking couch, she would have been able to open the steak bottle. I started bench pressing the couch. And then I decided I would start a YouTube channel where I threw all of Mom and Dad's furniture into the pool in the backyard. I went viral and became an overnight sensation. My YouTube channel gained millions of subscribers in weeks. I went to the basement and looked around. Then I started doing Fortnite Let's Plays. Like many people, we Sullivans kept lots of junk we never used. Well, that's just... You guys are hoarders. And there's lots of people that aren't hoarders. I rummaged around and found 2 complete sets of old lawn horseshoes. Grabbed a horseshoe with both hands and tried to twist it. At first it didn't change, but as I applied more force, Hal seemed to get the idea. The horseshoe bent easily, yet you couldn't open the bottle? The next morning I approached Mom.
I want to see Father Richard.
It's just she wants to get an exorcism. I don't think those work on aliens. Do they? Can we get George Tsoukalos in here? She spun her head around in surprise. What about?
I can't tell you. Listen, Mom, I need an exorcism. I can't tell you why, but it's very important that I have an exorcism right now.
Honey, you could tell me anything. Maybe I can help.
I can't tell you.
Mom was worried. Something serious must be going on, but even at age 10, I had certain rights to privacy. That's debatable.
All right, dear, I'll drive you.
On the way through the living room, I picked up a burlap shopping bag used by environmentally conscious people who didn't want paper or plastic. My dad evidently was not concerned about looking effeminate. Thankfully, we also had toilet paper in my house.
What's in there?
Mom asked.
Horseshoes.
Why are you taking those?
It's a secret.
Mom was really worried. She made a quick call to the rectory to make sure Father Richard Donutty would be there. Hold on. Angry Scapular Pictured Family. Thank you for 35 months of support. Why is the environmentally conscious people thing in here? What the fuck? Just say you picked up a bag! Just say you picked up a bag! Why did we need that? Oh, fucking dear Christ. First, I want to say, when I was growing up and I was in Catholic school, I was always very amused by the word rectory. Like, every time somebody said it, I'd laugh. Just because it sounded like the word rectum to me. That's it. That's the story. There's nothing else to it. You know, me and my friends would be like, rectum. That's it. There's nothing else. But I think we need to talk about the fact that there is a new character here And his name is Father Richard Donutty. Let's take a look at this, guys. Look how that's spelled. Okay, so for the purposes of this stream, I would like to humbly request that whenever Father Richard Donutty is being discussed, is on in the scene, I would like for everybody here to imagine a man made out of donuts. I want you to visually picture the fucking Michelin tire guy. You know the mascot? Like the Michelin tire guy? Kind of looks like the fucking Stay Puft Marshmallow Man from Ghostbusters. That guy, but like, it's donuts. It's donuts. And he's got like a priest, outfit on. Black priest robe, whatever, with like the little white collar. Good? We got that? You guys can do that for me? Thank you. We drove the 1.5 miles to the rectory and were met at the door by the smiling 29-year-old priest. I knew I could trust him to keep my secret. Priests were supposed to be beyond salvation if they revealed the secret, or something like that. That's what I thought then. Not liking the implications there. And let me tell you something. If fucking based on my personal experience, right? If priests do fucking believe that, then every single priest I've ever fucking known is going straight to hell. Okay, so we have donutty dialogue. Okay? And I've known a lot of priests, folks. A lot of priests. For Father Donutty's dialogue, I think I'd like to do something special. If you guys will bear with me a moment. I will be right back.
Ah, Theresa wants to be a nun.
He joked.
She won't tell me what it's about.
Oh.
He got more serious.
Do we all talk together?
No, I said. Me alone.
Hold on, I need more bread. I need more bread. He's made out of donuts, guys. So there should be bread in my mouth. Also, Gear, thank you for the raid. Hope you're having a good night, Gear. Hold on, I need more bread. I need more bread. Bread.
Very well, Mr. Sullivan.
He indicated the living room, which served as a waiting room.
This way. He smiled, showing me to his office. Father Donutty sat at his desk, and I sat at a chair in front of him. Now, Teresa, what's on your mind?
I have to show you something.
I took 3 horseshoes out of the bag and stacked them together. The ends had small bends, and I had to arrange the horseshoes with one advanced over the one below so that the rest of the structures would lie flat on top of each other. Then I grabbed all 3 shoes. Oh, I gotta spit the bread out for the non-donut characters? Fuck. Alright. Okay. Good bread. Yummy.
Then I grabbed all 3 shoes at once by the ends and started trying to twist them. I applied more and more pressure over some 15 or so seconds until I did succeed in bending the horseshoes about 50 degrees. I put them down on his desk. The priest thought it had to be a trick. He picked up a horseshoe and tried to bend it with all his strength. It didn't budge. He tried the other 2 with the same result. It was no trick. I had bent all 3 at once. He tried to remain calm as I waited patiently for his comment. The thought of diabolic possession had to be the first thought that came to him. He had played all 3 games in the Diablo franchise. Possession was often manifested by super strength.
All right, it's bread time. Here we go. Teresa, do you currently feel compelled to tell me that my mother sucks dicks in hell?
No,
Not even a little bit?
no.
Are you sure?
Okay, maybe a little.
I knew it! Come on! Get the holy water! A lot of it! Couple gallons at least! And also my dildo! It's unrelated to this.
He managed to say,
How did you do that?
I have something from space. The government knows about it. They watch me all the time. They followed me. I saw them.
When?
When we came here. My mom doesn't know.
They followed you here?
Yeah, they're in the green car.
"It's not yellow!" I pointed in the direction of the parking lot. It's a space demon, Paper Compass. Yeah, she wasn't supposed to tell anyone, Figgy friend, but she did. I guess she didn't care. Hey, LeMayos! Brave Robin, thanks for coming tonight. I'm a priest, not a therapist, damn it. He got up to look out the window at the small parking lot. There was a green car out there, a 4-door sedan. Instead of driving into the parking space as everybody did, they had backed up so that the 2 men inside could watch the rectory. There was a blue car next to it similarly backed in to watch the rectory. This car had a male driver and female passenger. Yeah, but like... See, I remember being told with fucking 100% confidence and fucking absolute final say, this is reality, right? When I was in Catholic school. I remember one of the priests was like, NASA is a waste of money. NASA is a fucking waste of money. There's no point to fucking go to space. They were trying to find. They was. I remember when I was in high school. They was like, oh, they found a little fucking microbe on Mars, or they thought they did, right? And he was like, there cannot be life outside of Earth. Earth is the only place in the universe where there's life. Because if there's not, then that means that we're not special. Because if there is, that means that we're not special. There can't be aliens. No such thing as aliens. This is the only place in the universe where there's life. It's not even worth looking. That's fucking dumb. You guys are stupid. It's a waste of money. NASA, I fucking hate. He hated paying tax dollars to NASA. Aliens cannot exist. That's fake. There's no fucking way. No way. He knows. He knows that there's no such thing as aliens. Because if they have to admit that there's aliens, then the whole worldview crumbles, right? O.D. Jones says by their logic, even the aliens would have been created by God. Sure. But they're only going to backtrack on that. Like, that's fucking like a retcon. And they'll say that when and if aliens ever get fucking discovered. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. They'll say that. Yet, no problem believing in angels, Paper Compass.
Can you wait a minute?
Fucking... Okay, I can't put the bread in my mouth anymore. You get the point.
Can you wait here a minute, Theresa?
Yeah.
He went outside. The window was open in the heat, so I walked over to listen to whatever I might hear. When Jan Struthers saw him, she instantly got out of the blue car and quickly walked over to him.
These men don't know everything. Only I do. What did Theresa say?
I'm not at liberty to say.
Is that the usual stuff?
It isn't.
It's critical you tell no one. Theresa will be the first to suffer. People will come after her. They'll kidnap her, kill her, or worse.
Who are you?
I work for the American government.
How many of you are there?
Hundreds.
That's a lot of people, Froggy.
Do you understand how important this is?
I'm beginning to.
Father Donutty thought things over for a moment.
I'll need to tell the Cardinal.
Why?
Theresa needs one person she can trust. I need the Cardinal's help to stay close to her wherever she is.
All right, but this goes no further. Don't call him on the phone. Talk to him in person.
Jan Struthers walked back to her car, and he returned to his office.
I'd like the Cardinal to come here and talk with you sometime. Is that all right?
Sure.
I said. A meeting was arranged with the Cardinal. It was concluded that there was no diabolical possession.
Oh, so when she told me that my mother sucks dicks in hell, that was just her talking. Little girl, that's not nice.
Ha, sorry. Guess I'm just a cunt like that.
I was a perfectly normal good girl. My story, confirmed by the brief visit of Jan Struthers, had to be true, no matter how amazing it was. I did so well in the 5th grade, it was decided I'd skip the 6th and go straight into 7th. Oh, yeah? Oh, you so smart, Theresa. I would graduate from high school at 17. Part of the decision to let me skip a year was my hair. Oh? It started growing very thick after Hal came around. I mean, you could grab a handful of my hair and feel the weight like it was wet. Mom was sure this was a sign of my change of life and I needed to be with girls my own emotional age. Where is she? Where is she? Where is she? Come on. Where is she at? God, there is not a single image of this on the internet. I'm looking for the hair lady from Blasphemous. Oh, maybe we leave the Gregorian chanting on. Hair wife. Hair egg. Hair egg lady. Hair egg lady. No, nobody put pictures of that online. There's not a single screenshot of that character. Probably because, like, nobody wants to look at that. It's okay. You guys are saved. You don't have to look at hairy egg waifu. Mom was sure this was a sign of my change of life, and I needed to be with girls my own emotional age. I have to at least lower this. Fuck, this is loud. Compared to the other music for some reason. All right, volume mixer. Can you work with me? So, the girl, her hair starts to grow thicker and it gets very heavy and wet. And her mother is like, oh yeah, that's just puberty? Puberty doesn't do that. Did this woman go through puberty? Yeah, well. What? Yeah, well, I was growing up fast, but it wasn't because of hormones. I was worrying about Hal. And so were a lot of others. Jan Struthers walked by me sometimes in a store or someplace when Mom and Dad were out of sight. She asked how things were going and asked, was there any news about Hal? I never told her about the orange spot in my eye field or the strength Hal gave me. Well, why? They'd haul me off to some laboratory. Okay. She also watched E.T. One time, I asked her how many people were watching me. 400, she said. It takes that many people to watch somebody 24 hours a day without being noticed. It would be easy. I feel like that's the guaranteed fucking way to make sure somebody notices they're being watched. It would be easier. And by the way, like, she knows that you're watching them at this point. Why are you hiding it? For the parents' sake? Jesus fucking Christ. Like, how do you have 400 people, like, hiding in bushes and shit? And in unmarked vans? The fucking entire block would be lined with unmarked vans. It would be easier if I lived in an Iowa farmhouse, but they could keep an eye on me from a distance. But when Mom and I went into Boston, 150 watchers had to spread out to keep an eye on me. It would be just as bad when I went to high school and moved around a lot. I don't understand. I don't understand anything anymore, man. What are you talking about? Right, someone in chat. Yeah, it said it's more like male puberty. Like fucking how the Ayla Mayo like made her turn into like Cousin It. Jan said, I suggested we just give you $10 million if you promise to stay home. They turned it down. They were right. I wouldn't stay at home. Are you fucking kidding me? $10 million? Why? I mean, this like makes me mad. From somebody who despises being outside, outdoors, in fucking public, in society. Dude! Fucking wall me up! Fucking put concrete walls over the fucking doors. Fucking wall me in here. Make it a fucking Egyptian tomb. I'll order everything I need on Amazon. They could put it through a fucking hole in the wall. Fuck it. Give me the $10 million. Are you kidding me? $10 million, never leave to never leave the house. Oh, God, that sounds terrible. To never fucking come into contact with another human being ever again. Oh, that's the worst. Yeah, you're going to have to buy that from me. Yeah, definitely. It's my dream. Melanie says if she's so perfect, why wouldn't she take the deal and donate it to charity? Not so perfect after all, are you? You can fucking, like, just mummify me. Yeah. Just mummify me. Folks, we have reached the end of chapter 1. We're presented with 4 cornerstones of Theresa's philosophy. We're lost in this confusing world unless we follow the directions of its maker. Page 2. As a believer, I was sure I was immortal, and that gave me courage. Page 70. I did everything correctly. In this world, perfection isn't good enough. Page 207. What are these values that he's trying to instill in kids? First of all, I really appreciate the way that the author is treating quotes from his own book as if they are fucking Bible passages to be revered and repeated and cherished and shared and followed and put on people's fucking desks and on office posters and fucking just tattooed on their fucking body. Like, that's how he's acting. That's how he's acting. As a believer, I was sure I was immortal, and that gave me courage. So remember, folks, if you believe in God, feel free to jump off a fucking building, and you'll just land on the ground. You might be flat like a pancake for a couple of seconds, like a fucking Warner Brothers character, but you'll get up and walk away from that without a scratch because you're immortal, because you believe in Jesus. Okay, I'm very simple. I follow my conscience. I am what I do. If you think that's easy, try it for one day. Okay, we gotta. I'm very simple. I follow my conscience. I am what I do.
I am what I am.
If you think that's easy, try it for one day. Guys, I cannot figure out for the life of me what the fuck that means. Does anybody have any idea? Can anybody fathom what that could possibly fucking mean? Remotely at all? Okay. What am I listening to? What is... Oh, it's not royalty free anymore. YouTube, please stop fucking me over, dude. Like, I'm begging you to stop fucking me over. All right. Chapter 4. Author's note. Theresa has just completed 1 year at Boston College and married Steve Harvey. Her 18th birthday was on May 8th. It is June. I'm sorry. Theresa got married at age 18? You know, I mean, that to us in 2019 in America, definitely, we can all agree that's probably way too motherfucking young to be married. I mean, that's fucking, that to me is insane. Listen, like, it's legal if she's 18 years old, and that's why he wrote that there. By the way, I'd be willing to bet. Well, I mean, like, don't forget, man. See, like the Middle Ages, for example. 1800s. Probably, like, early 1900s to an extent. People didn't live that long. When you were fucking 18, you were, like, halfway through your life. So maybe that, like, was, at one point, a time to get married. I mean, my mother was, like, 20 when she got married. That was a thing, yeah. I mean, that... I fucking hate it. Like, you didn't even... You don't know who you are at fucking age 18, let alone who the fuck the person you're marrying is. It's just, like, okay, it's legal, but it's like a bad fucking idea. It's just a bad idea. You're not telling me, like, you met the love of your life at 18 years old. And I mean, maybe you did, but I'm telling you, you don't know that that's the love of your fucking life yet. Does that make sense? You're not going to know that that's the love of your life to, like, another fuck at least, like, 5 to 8 years, probably. Does that make sense? But, you know, in, like, Christian land, I guess, you got to get married, like, as soon as possible because, like, you're fucking worthless if you're not married. And also if you're not a nun. Orange juice nut. Chapters 2 and 3 were not given to us in the sample chapters. You telling me you really want to hear chapters 2 and 3? We're not doing a full read-through here. I only have access to the following chapters. 1, 4, 6, something called Blair's Defense. I don't know what that... I'm imagining that it's fucking Prime Minister Tony Blair. And also, Chapter 22. So, that's all we're going to be doing here. We're not going to be doing outside of the sample chapters that are available on the website. Okay? Chapter 4. And let me get some new art up there for you guys at this point. So, what you're currently seeing was the original book cover. The first, this is how the book first shipped, or this is what you got. Actually, this was first published as a Kindle book, meaning you download it, and this would be, you know, the image that was the cover art, right? And he did paint that himself. He did. And then at some point, he painted new cover art. According to him, he spent 3 months painting that. 3 months. And there was a lot of ridicule. It was leveraged against him that Norman has no idea. Norman has never seen a woman before, based on the fact that he doesn't know where boobs are supposed to go. It's all in Fred's video. If this is amusing to you, then I definitely suggest you watch the video. 15 minutes. It's a good time. Seven Sage says, someone buy Mike the $3 book. It's less than a sub. Do you think I want it? Guys, I don't think we need to do this and read through this entire fucking book. I think we'll be good after the sample chapters. I don't think I'm not going to read all this tonight. I feel I'm going to get through this chapter and then probably wrap up. And then maybe we could crush the rest of it in another stream. But, like, I want to be done with it after that, guys. Please. Chapter 4. I preferred to go to a supermarket in a direction away from Framingham because the extra 3 miles it took to drive along this isolated road more than made up for the waiting in Framingham traffic. I can already tell you after the first sentence, the fucking the writing did not improve to reflect the fact that Theresa is older. It was on this road that 3 cars ahead of me suddenly drew abreast of each other and stopped. Okay. It was on this road that 3 cars ahead of me suddenly drew abreast of each other and stopped. I was forced to stop too. 6 men with handguns drawn got out of these cars and surrounded me. Hold on. I wanted to say goodnight to Record Dear. Thank you for coming to check out the stream tonight. Have an awesome night. Get out of the car! One man ordered. I got out just as a van pulled up from behind. It was a large van with 3 bench seats. Get in! No time to explain! Alright, it just says, get in! Someone yelled as the door to the middle seat opened. I got in and sat down on the casting couch. It became immediately apparent that I was on the Bang Bus casting couch. No, it doesn't say that. I got in, sat down, and found myself surrounded by men pointing guns at me. 3 behind me and 2 more in the front seat.
Isn't this overdoing it?
I asked.
We have our orders.
The van started moving, and I looked around at what might be my last look at familiar surroundings. I'd known for a year that the president was stewing over me, and the struggle seemed pointless. We drove a couple miles to a field where 2 military helicopters were waiting.
Follow us,
said one of the goons. I got out of the van and followed them to the nearest helicopter. It was some kind of VIP transportation helicopter, with seats looking forward like in airplanes. Bubblegum Princess, welcome back to the family. Thank you for 10 months of support. It was probably used to haul generals' butts around to important military spots like Las Vegas and Disney World. Okay, so for a minute, I thought that she might have been serious. Like the author is like, yeah, important military spots like Las Vegas and Disney World. And then I realized, like, oh, wait a second. That's her being sarcastic. Sarcasm. It's a failed, miserable abortion of sarcasm, but it is sarcasm. And guys, please take a look at the way that city is spelled there. Could take a minute with that.
Las Vegas. Viva Las Vegas! What stays in Vegas, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas.
Fuck, I hate this. I fucking can't. How do you fuck that up? He had no editor. He was his own fucking editor. That's right. This is the Rockstar version of Las Vegas. This is the Rockstar Games, like, alternate version of Las Vegas. Las Vegas. Oh, fuck. I sat in the seat they indicated and was strapped in. The helicopters both took off and headed south. We passed within sight of my car still on the road half a mile below. It was surrounded by dozens of cars and trucks. People were standing around talking about what happened. Great Value Vegas, Roos. Like, there's a little smaller city outside of Las Vegas. Las Vegas, everything's cheaper. It's seedier, you know. It's where the Bunny Ranch is. Oh, that's just Reno, right? That's just... You are describing Reno, Michael. Even in the helicopter, they kept several guns on me. Yeah, they just put a pile of guns on top of me. They must have suspected I had powers I didn't admit. Well, I did. We headed south over water at a slight angle to the east. I could see the Massachusetts and Rhode Island coastlines in the distance. Faintly, I could hear from below. Freaking sweet.
Where are you taking me?
To an aircraft carrier, answered one of the men holding guns on me.
Am I coming back?
No. There it was, the death sentence. This was the last I'd see of Massachusetts. A B-52 bomber that was trailing behind the helicopter dropped a nuke onto the Bay State. I watched the mushroom cloud from afar. All right, that didn't happen. Like, they're taking you away from Massachusetts. Why are you assuming that's the last you'd see of Massachusetts? Because they told you that you're not coming back? Maybe they just meant that in the interim. Maybe, like, just for now. You know what's happening. Well, don't forget, we are missing 2 chapters, so we don't know, like, how fucking serious this is, right? Jelly Hearts is shocked that it's not spelt as Massachusetts. Well, isn't that, like, the old English way of spelling Massachusetts? Right? Like, these fucking, like, dumbass, like, super boomers from like the fucking 1600s thought that like F's were S's, right? Idiots. Pfft. Dum-dums. Massachusetts. Fuck. Ultra boomers. Yeah, that's like fucking Puritans, like pilgrims. That's the ultra boomers are the pilgrims. So Thanksgiving's coming up. Don't forget the sacrifices and the hardships made by the ultra boomers in their quest to colonize the new world. Fucking Christ. My face softened and tears gathered in my eyes, but I didn't cry. I'd had years to consider something like this might happen someday. Besides, I had a solid upbringing. Death wasn't the end. It was the beginning of a wonderful eternity. Still, it was natural to mourn the loss of this world. Yeah. HP Alpha. Free back to the family. Thank you for 14 months support. This paragraph hurts. I'd had years to consider something like... I had a solid upbringing. So, guys, if you were raised in a secular way, or even like a just kind of quasi, like half-assed religious way, like I was, your upbringing was shit. And you're a bad person. Time passed. The helicopters headed south, approximately parallel to the East Coast. It's just like, no, why, you know, why fear death at all? Why protest my murder? Because heaven's fucking great. Man, I wish this would have happened sooner. Like what? Like, I'm mad! Beaches and cities could be seen on the right. I could no longer recognize them.
How are you going to do it?
You'll be put in a plane with an atom bomb. So holy shit. Oh, I was kind of like right about that. What? Yeah, that seems a little fucking overkill. A fucking atomic bomb to kill one person? I think that might just be like a matter of principle for somebody at that point. My eyebrows went up a little. Yeah, just a little. Wouldn't a bullet save taxpayers $100 million? But then I realized they wanted to destroy Hal, not me. And everybody said nothing could survive an A-bomb. Okay. All right, fair. No guarantee that it's going to destroy Hal, though. And by the way, where did he get the number $100 million? Is that how much it costs to build a fucking, like, an atomic bomb? I think he just, like, was like, big number, do it! And wrote 100 million.
When is this going to happen?
Tomorrow afternoon. It's far away.
Vine Splurt says our president. It's a fucking alien. It's not a hurricane. They were becoming more talkative. Apparently, they were relieved that I hadn't put on the hysterical scene they expected. I had a day to think of something, if anything could be done.
What did they tell you about me?
You're a danger to the security of the United States.
How?
They didn't say. Need to know.
Well, Suzaku Skychaser, Norman claims to be ex-military. That's correct, yeah. They didn't know about Hal. Should I tell them and demonstrate the strength Hal gave me? No. That would definitely convince them I was dangerous, and the president knew what he was doing. My chances were better leaving them in the dark. They might chicken out at the last minute and let me go. You know what fucking, like, video game did this same exact story a lot better, actually? Shadow the Hedgehog. Like, this is just the fucking plot to Shadow the Hedgehog done poorly. Well, worse. Worse. Which is saying a lot. Isn't it? Damn, not here. I remained quiet after learning of my death sentence, while the helicopters continued down the coast. I couldn't recognize the landscapes. The helicopters landed for refueling at some military airbase next to some nondescript building that might be used for anything. Yeah, you sure? You sure it wasn't a fucking Lowe's home improvement center? I was allowed to use the restroom with a warning that armed guards had the building surrounded and I couldn't escape. And to use air freshener afterwards or they were going to be really upset. Smells tend to linger in that bathroom. Wait a minute. She's saying I couldn't recognize the landscapes? So, Theresa, are you intimating that that there's something weird about that? Are you telling me that you have the entire topography of the entire fucking North American continent completely etched into your fucking brain and would be able to recognize it from the air at any time? At any point, in any place? And it was strange to you that you didn't fucking recognize any of it? You didn't recognize the hills and the mountains and the rivers? You couldn't immediately identify every single little fucking land formation from fucking like 10,000 feet up? I fucking hate this character so fucking much. Well, she did finish high school at 17, Cryptid. She apparently knew the difference between Rhode Island and Massachusetts. Well, Disky, not to toot my own horn, but I'm pretty sure I would be able to do that. Yes, I would. But only because Massachusetts and Rhode Island have very distinct coastlines from the sky. Yes, I would. Yes. Look at this, man. I am sure. I'll tell you why. Let me get a better map. Look how distinct that is. You're going to recognize Cape Cod, and you're going to recognize, Nantucket and Martha's Vineyard. And then look at Rhode Island. It's got the little hole in it. It's got a big old fucking hole in it. See that? It's got a big old hole. Yeah, Rhode Island is kind of shaped like a fucking CBT stiletto, isn't it? Rhode Island, the CBT state. Yeah, I'd be able to recognize this bit in the bottom right. I realize you can't see my mouth. The bottom right bit of this map I would recognize. But I think that, okay, to be fair, that's it. That's literally it. That's literally it. That's it. Maybe I'm a little bit smart. Maybe I'm a little bit smart. Then what? Is that possible? It's not possible. It's not, is it? We need some scotch tape for Rhode Island, Planeteer. Connecticut, ball and torture. I'd recognize New York City. And you know why, chat? Because I've been to these places. I spent like a good chunk of my childhood in Massachusetts, summers. I've been to Rhode Island a bunch of times. It's like places I've been and spent a significant amount of time in, I'd recognize. Outside of that, no. But from the sky, and if it's cloudy, I mean, I feel like I'd recognize the coast. The coast, that's it. That's all I'd recognize. You'd recognize where you live, I think. Mostly. Maybe I'm just as awesome as Theresa is. The fully fueled helicopters took off again. I let my mind wander aimlessly over the incidents of my short stay on Earth. In retrospect, I'd had a charmed life. Nothing had happened to me. No attacks by sex-crazed boys. No illnesses. No traffic accidents. No run-ins with the police. Then what's this? Nothing. If I were to write my autobiography now, I'd write 3 lines. I was born. I had a good time. I was vaporized by a bomb. Aren't you forgetting the bit where a fucking fox vomited a Rasengan into your fucking stomach? And where you had fucking auto-aim and Hulk strength? I feel like that might be an interesting thing to put in your autobiography, don't you think? We'll leave that out. We'll leave that shit out. No illnesses? You never got the common fucking cold, Theresa? What, your fucking immune system is God too? Or do you just mainline vitamin C? Norman forgot, Disky. The author forgot what took place in his own fucking book to his own fucking protagonist. The negative incidents I remembered, mostly childhood experiences, were so trivial in nature they wouldn't be worth telling in a letter. An ill-tempered dog barked and lunged at me, but did not touch me. He just irately asked who he had to dry hump around here to get a martini. From this, I had no love for dogs. When I was 12 and in my mother's car, I saw a traffic accident a short distance in front of us. Everybody drives by hundreds of accidents after they happen, but rare was the person who actually saw one happen. This is so fucking intensely stupid. I'm dissociating. It was a grisly scene, a head-on collision with one driver instantly killed and 2 other people severely injured. Mom had to be a witness in court. The experience shook me up for a while. What is the point of this? You guys ever have a dog bark at you and then you hate every dog forever for the rest of your life? Because a dog barked at you once? I guess that could happen. Like, you're really fucking young and you're like, it gets in, like, it's really early and it gets into your developing brain and scars you against dogs. But you should be able to reason, I think, past age 5 that, like, because a dog barked at you once, that, I don't know, that's why it's a phobia, I guess. Other than that, my life had been an amalgam of routines. And this is what made up a life, not the spectacular events that make the news. I'd been satisfied with my quiet life. Completely forgot everything about the fucking the HAL and the superpowers and everything. After 3 helicopters, the reason she's on the helicopter and is about to be killed in a nuclear explosion. I figured out why. No. After 3 helicopter flights, we finally ended the day's traveling at some kind of airbase far south. Maybe we were in Florida or somewhere around there. It had been dark for a while, and I couldn't recognize cities from lights alone. Dear fucking God, please don't fucking... The last thing this fucking story needs is Florida. The East Coast was nearly continuously densely packed residential areas with lights everywhere. Not one person down there knew what was happening to me. I figured out why we were in helicopters. A chopper could land anywhere, such as this quiet part of the airbase, while planes had to land at the airstrip with lots of people watching. Yeah, all right. Yeah, that checks out. Why not? They marched me to another one of those nondescript military buildings that only had numbers on them. Building number 39 turned out to be a cafeteria. It was late, and no crew was on duty. The government men told me they'd arranged for food to be left out and I could help myself. So I guess they give death row inmates, like, last meals, right? I mean, kind of sucks, though, if your last meal... They have those last meals prepared by, like, gourmet chefs for the death row inmates. I mean, they just gave her fucking run of the place. They're like, here, help yourself. And it was like... little fucking, box milk, fucking tater tots, those really shitty, like, fish sticks. School lunch. Maybe some, like, congealed, rock-hard mozzarella sticks. Little square microwave pizzas. It's not a good last meal. I grabbed the tray while looking down the line. There was a beverage dispensing cabinet at the end. Hopefully it had plastic bottles. Why? I walked along and picked up 2 tuna sandwiches, a piece of chocolate cake, an 8-ounce carton of milk, and a cup of coffee. Finally, I arrived at the beverage dispenser. It was the size of a refrigerator and had a glass door you could open and grab a drink from a shelf. There were 20-ounce bottles of Coke in there. Oh. I couldn't think of anything more delicious and refreshing at the time than a nice cold Coca-Cola. I licked the condensation off the glass bottle of Coke in ecstasy. Man, Coca-Cola is so delicious. The men guarding me... Oh, I grabbed 12 bottles and put them on my tray. All right, so she's got a little scheme going on here. She's got a little... She's working on some shenanigans with these Coke bottles, right? The men guarding me dismissed this as the irrational behavior of someone who knew she'd die in hours. One could not expect much better. What a stupid fucking sequence of sentences. Dear fucking Christ. A few feet beyond the end of the cafeteria line was a garbage can. I peered inside and found several hundred copies of Empress Theresa by Norman Boutin. I quickly lit a match and threw it into the trash can. Leaving my tray on the end of the slide shelf for a moment, I walked to the garbage can to retrieve the garbage bag. It was after hours and the crew had cleaned up and put in a new bag before leaving. I pulled up the plastic bag and returned to my tray to put 11 of the 12 Coke bottles in the bag. Then I sat at the nearest table to eat. The men watching me, 3 of them aiming guns at all times, were impressed by my calm and had no questions about why I just put 11 Coke bottles into a garbage bag. 1,000 miles from home and anybody I wanted to see, surrounded by executioners, I ate methodically, keeping my eyes down as if I were alone in the room. I glanced at them once in a while, hardened as they were by a cruel world. Their eyes softened at the sight of me. Perhaps they had daughters. How could they justify this? Building 39 had a cot in a back office. They took me to it.
Try to get some sleep,
I was told.
We leave at 4 a.m.
They left me alone. I'm sure she's going to sleep like a fucking baby, you know, before being like tied to a fucking nuke with rope. Like a fucking damsel in a fucking silent movie being tied to a train track. They left me alone. No doubt they had every escape route guarded. I could easily kill all of them by throwing hard objects at them. But where could I go? An army would be sent out looking for me. I lay down on the cot and slipped the garbage bag of Coke bottles under the blanket so that it couldn't be removed without disturbing me. This is so intriguing, guys. I wonder what she's doing with the Coke bottles. What was I to think about for the next 6 hours? My first thoughts were of Steve. I smiled as I recalled how awkward he looked when he walked into my dormitory room for the first time. I wore that flimsy little black dress outfit and wondered if he'd attack me or run for his life. He handled it well. I can't do this anymore. I can't Turner screen.
Back to the family.
Thank you for 31 months of support. Can somebody get me an ice cold Coca-Cola, please, to get me through this? Holy fucking shit. You know, I'm going to predict something. They're going to come to get her, and she's going to shake the Coke bottles up so they get, they get all fizzy. And then she's going to, like, pop the tops off, and she's going to kill all of them with the fucking, the Coke bottle caps.
Is that a motherfucking JoJo reference?
And this fucking book is going to turn into a JoJo reference. But because, guys, what else could she be doing with the Coke bottles? What else could she be doing with them? What is the...
I'm just a caffeine addict.
Yeah, maybe she just wanted to, like, fucking shotgun 11 Cokes, like, before getting nuked. I fucking... God damn it. So Steve walked into the dormitory and she was afraid that he was going to attack him because she was wearing a flimsy little black dress outfit. A flimsy little black dress outfit. Chat. What is a flimsy little black dress outfit? Did he mean skimpy? Skimpy? Did he mean like a revealing type of a little black dress? Like a... Because the word flimsy means that the thing is gonna fucking fall apart because it's poorly made. When something is flimsy, that doesn't mean like it's sexy. That means it's fucking a piece of shit. Maybe she thought he was gonna attack her because the shoddily constructed dress that she was wearing was gonna fill him with anger. Why did you buy that? This is an irresponsible use of money. It's falling apart. And wondered if he'd attack me. What the fuck is he saying? What is this man trying to say? Like sexually assault her, obviously. But why is this here? Why is this in this book? Why, and earlier too, she said something about my life was good. I never got, attacked by sex-crazed men. Why does he keep bringing that up in this story? Because good Christian girl? I fucking hate this so much. He's obsessed with the sexual purity of young girls. That's what I'm going for. That's what I'm getting at here. There's something weird here, man. There's something weird going on here. I wore the flimsy little black dress outfit. With the black dress! Why is it an outfit? And wondered if he'd attack me or run for his life. He handled it well. Before long, people saw how hard we'd fallen for each other. Girls asked if we'd been to bed. That was none of their business. But in fact, we did wait for marriage. We knew we had something special and didn't want to spoil it with regrets. I just want to briefly imagine this scenario. And I understand that premarital sex is a sin in Christianity. But imagine for a moment that you date somebody for several years, perhaps. You never have any sexual contact with that person. And then on your wedding night, you consummate the marriage. And you're like, I hated that. God, I fucking hated that. Is that going to have to happen more? Because I fucking hated that. That fucking sucked. That was the worst experience of my fucking life. Well, now we're married. Now we're married. And that right there is half the reason, Cryptid, that Boomer's divorced so much. I can't. Now, that's not Norman's fault. But GPM is here? Oh, dude. Dude, you're... Fucking buckle in, dude. Wake up, it's 4 o'clock. God, I'd fallen asleep. The whole night was wasted by sleeping. I was put in a car and driven to a landing strip while it was still dark. We got into a twin turboprop used for short commutes between minor airports. It had 14 seats in single rows, separated by an aisle that was 2 feet long. Each seat was 6 inches apart from the other one, but only on one side. On the other side, each seat was abutted by a ratio of 1.5 centimeters at the top of the seat and 4.5 centimeters at the bottom. It was too small for an enclosed cockpit. In fact, I could see over the pilot and co-pilot's shoulders through the windshield for a spectacular view.
Hey, what you doing?
Please sit down.
Hey, what you doing? Hey.
Please sit down.
Hey, can I fly the plane?
Please take a seat.
Hey, what does this button do?
Sit the fuck down! Sit the fuck down! As we headed out to sea, the government men finally put away their guns. They weren't needed. There's no reason to shoot at the ocean. It doesn't hurt it. From this point on, there was no escape. I spoke for the first time since they put me in the helicopter.
I have to know, exactly when does the bomb go off?
When you reach 60,000 feet.
They can go that high?
They could reach 100,000 for a few seconds. Reminds me. He held up an airman's jumpsuit, a one-piece covering, something like the thermal underwear used by northern outdoor workers in the winter. You'll have to wear this if you want it. It gets cold like you won't believe up there.
Thanks, I will.
I ignored the shit stains and slipped into the thermal underwear. This fit in perfectly with my plan. I looked away so they wouldn't see my interest. This was the last time I spoke to them. Perhaps it was moving away from land, but for the moment, Steve and my parents seemed in another world I had already left. There was nothing they could do for me. I turned to thoughts of my eternity. When pushed to the brink, someone can panic or despair or hope. I had always believed. Some people said they had doubts about God. I pitied them. How could they have doubts? Simple reasoning told me the universe could not be in the form it was without design. It might be a chaos, but the beautiful way it was ordered against the 1,000,000,000,000 odds of elements just happening to have exactly the properties needed to sustain life could only be somebody's design. You know, Norman, I would have bought that. You know, I was always like that too, honestly. You know, man, there's got to be a God. There's got to be a fucking meaning to all this. There's got to be a fucking merciful, but you know, benevolent, is beneficent a word? There's got to be a creator. There's got to be somebody up there looking out for all of us, right? And then I became aware of this book. Norman, and now that's not possible for me to believe anymore. Besides that, people's intellects could not be material alone, and could not be hardwired to understand any concept presented to it. And my BC philosophy professor said the mistake that Kant, Voltaire, Locke, Fichte, Hume, Hegel, and many others made was assuming the human soul could operate on its own. It couldn't. It needed God's help, moving thoughts and wishes along. But most of all, the goodness of my mother, father, and Steve was not something that could exist in animals. God made them above nature. Dear fucking Christ. Well, I'm convinced. When's the book burning, chat? Gather up all your Kant, Voltaire, Locke, Fichte, Hume, and Hegel. Throw it on the bonfire. Don't need that trash anymore. We have Empress Theresa. Because all that stuff was just nonsense. My BC philosophy professor said the mistake that they made. That man should be fired. That man should be fired. That's I don't care if he fucking has tenure. Okay, that should fucking immediately should lose his job. Immediately. Tenure or no tenure. Okay? Peen Crow's pointing out, I don't think Immanuel Kant said that. Well, I read a lot of these philosophers when I was in college. I don't remember any of that shit. I'll take your word for it. But there's a very, very good possibility that Norman didn't read any of that either. Okay? And this is Norman's high-minded philosophy that he's laying on you. This is the thing that you're supposed to sit there and be like, wow, holy shit. He is the modern-day Harper Lee. Beyond that, better than that. This guy is going to change the fucking world. Pitying people that don't believe in God. Oh. Simple reasoning told me the universe could not be in the form it was without design. It might be a chaos, but the beautiful way it was ordered against a 1,000,000,000 odds of elements just happening to have exactly the properties needed to sustain life could only be somebody's design. You know, or not. Listen, I get it. It is hard to believe, but that's why religion exists. Because it is so fucking hard to believe. It is. And hey, man, I'm not an atheist. Like, I don't know. Personally, I have no fucking idea. I, in fact, hope there's a God. I hope there is. You know, I do. I want there to be one. I think that would make things more interesting. I don't have any tangible evidence to suggest that there is. I can't definitively say that there isn't either. This is called agnosticism. But, there's a word for it. Yeah, man, dude just needs to watch some fucking Nova. Or fucking, Neil deGrasse Tyson. Actually, that's... Cosmos. Watch Cosmos. You telling me fuck God made Steve Harvey above nature? The goodness of my mother, father, and Steve was not something that could exist in animals. Don't forget, when animals die, they cease to exist. Tee-hee. Just in case you forgot. Boy, religion's fun. When Socrates was in prison, waiting to be executed, his friend Crito urged him to escape and go to another country. Socrates said he enjoyed living in Athens all his life and owed everything to Athens. If he escaped, it would be betraying the Athens people's decision, even if their decision was wrong in his case. If we want this life God gives us, we must accept the bad along with the good. This is a life well spent. And somebody in the fucking chat compared it to the Maradona movie where it was like, there's the reason that 9/11 happened, because 9/11 was God's plan, and it's only going to lead to good things. No. Like hard fucking no. This is fucking nuts. This is nuts, dude. And now he's comparing his main character to Socrates. How much you want to bet he pronounces it Socrates? How much you want to bet he pronounces it Socrates? I guess maybe implying that Socrates was Christian, Pink Rose, which is obviously incredibly stupid. Yeah. Oh, I think the problem, guys, might be that I missed the 6 chapters that really make this work. Yeah, you know what? We're not being fair to it right now. We skipped a bunch of chapters. Because I'm sure those chapters really would have helped fill in the blanks. And would have made the things that are coming out of my mouth right now completely invalid. Dear fucking Lord. Dear fucking Lord. The balls on this guy. I can't, I just keep looking at this paragraph like I can't fucking believe I'm seeing. I can't believe somebody's like this. What the fuck? I recited a prayer in my mind as best as I could remember it. It was not a standard church prayer, but was fitting for the end. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He maketh me to lie in green pastures. He leadeth me to still waters. Though I walk through the valley of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. Goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. I think you remembered it word for word, Theresa. The flight lasted for hours. I'd grown tired of thinking hard and ran out of peanuts. I let my mind wander through simple memories. My time had run out. The important issues were settled. My name was written in the book. There was nothing left to do except ask the question, what's the deal with airline food? I saw an aircraft carrier and its half-dozen support ships many miles in the distance. So this was the end. But strangely, I was not afraid. I was past that.
This is a refueling stop,
said the nearest government man.
Our destination is further on.
He got up and moved closer to me.
When we land, the plane stops with a jolt. It can break your neck. We have to get you ready.
Why are we concerned about breaking her neck when we're about to strap her to a nuclear bomb and throw her out of a fucking plane? He and his partner got to work. They buckled the seatbelt across my hips. They stuffed large pillows in front of my legs until they were packed in so tightly they couldn't slip a hand in. Rejects.
Back to the family.
Thank you for 3 months of support. Raise your arms, I was told. I did, and they unrolled a long belt, wrapped it around the seat and my armpits, and secured it high on my chest.
Luigi, put your hands on your forehead.
I did. I put them on my forehead in the shape of an L. Well, the years start coming, and they don't start coming. When we approached the deck,
when we approach the deck, close your eyes and push back on your forehead hard, or you could break your neck. Can you remember that?
What the fuck is this flight plan? What airplane is like that? I nodded. We descended and slowed down. It was somewhat dramatic to watch the approach to the carrier deck. Few people had experienced this.
60 seconds,
said the pilot over the intercom.
You have 60 seconds.
Groups of sailors could be seen on the edge of the deck, furthest from the landing strip. They were pooping off the deck, and I inquired as to why.
That's the poop deck, Theresa.
30 seconds.
The sailors disappeared over the deck's edge, although they could keep their heads up to watch the landing.
15 seconds.
I put my hands to my forehead.
5 seconds.
I closed my eyes. The wheels hit the deck and squealed. The tail hook snared a cable, and the plane decelerated from 110 miles per hour to 0 in a second. The G-forces were incredible.
It felt like a giant was trying to rip my arms out of their sockets. My head floated around a bit because I was dizzy.
I'm a floating brain!
Guys, please look at this. The G-forces were incredible.
Come on, man.
A giant was trying to rip my arms out of their sockets. What a good, like, alliteration. What's the term for that literary device there? It felt like a giant was trying to rip my arms out of my sockets. What would you call that? Oh, a stupid. That's right. A failure. Jump Gene says that's literally not a G-force.
Yo, the G-forces were incredible.
A simile. Yeah, it's fucking silly. You did well, said one of them. He came over to remove my chest harness and the pillows packed in front of my legs. A vehicle that looked like a small tanker truck rolled out and the plane was refueled. Hey, do you think it might have been a small tanker truck? Then the plane taxied up to the catapult cable. The catapult was a large piston and cylinder hidden under the deck that was powered by steam. When it was actuated, steam pushed the piston down the long cylinder, and the piston pulled a cable attached to a hook at the front of the plane. We are waiting to get to the part where she fucking somehow saves herself from a nuclear bomb with Coke bottles, and you're sitting there giving me a paragraph about how fucking pistons work. The cable was attached. The engines were revved up to the max, and we took off from 0 to 120 miles per hour in 3.5 seconds. Vin Diesel would have been very impressed. I was crushed back in my seat. No wonder the pilots liked the thrill of their job. Unfortunately, Vin Diesel wasn't there, so there's no way he would have been able to know about it because he was not present for the event. Perhaps somebody could have told him about it at some point. Unfortunately, he himself was not there, and I have no knowledge of whether or not somebody informed him about it after the fact.
That was nothing,
said the man to my left.
Wait till the jet take off.
I rolled my eyes to heaven, which is definitely there, and you should know that if you've been paying attention. These guys had to be crazy. Did they think I was enjoying this adventure? I was getting tired of it. It seemed like a week since they forced me out of the car. I just wanted to get this business done. So they're going to strap her to a nuke, and they're going to drop it over the ocean. Presumably, definitely killing her and hopefully killing Hal. And what, like thousands, hundreds of thousands of innocent sea life? Dolphins, fish, manatees, dugongs, anglerfish. All right, fuck those things. I'm not concerned about that. That's fine. I'm okay with that. Shining bind.
Back to family.
Thank you for 35 months. They're detonating it in the air, Soy Witch. What about the fucking fallout? Yeah, they're gonna cause a fucking nuclear winter to kill one
person.
Think of the coral reefs. There's not much fallout from airbursts. Is everybody in this fucking chat room like an expert on like atomic weaponry? Like I'm the only one here who doesn't know every single fucking thing there is to know about atom bombs? Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. If the bomb blows up before landing, it's more stronger. When it lands, it sucks. You know what? It's not important that we know how nuclear weapons work. And you want to know why it's not important? Because Norman has no fucking idea how they work either, okay? I mean, this is going to make a Godzilla, guys. I checked my watch. 3 o'clock. It was another long, boring flight which left my tired mind nearly blank. I'd almost forgotten what the trip was for. Through blurry eyes, I saw the second carrier in the distance. The procedure was the same. Pillows were tightly packed in front of my legs. The chest harness was secured. I was reminded about closing my eyes and pushing back on my head. We landed with the same instant stop. This was the end of the line. This is completely fucking unnecessary. They removed the pillows and the belts and handed me the jumpsuit. I stepped in the aisle to put it on. I picked up the garbage bag of Coke bottles and followed the goons out the door. You'd think they wouldn't let her have it. The carrier had thousands of sailors, but they were all below, except for a few men needed to handle the planes. There was a group of 12 officers some distance away. The goons and I walked to them. The officers seemed shocked to see me. I guess they had not been told the person being executed was an 18-year-old girl. That's why everybody else was below deck. I could have caused a mutiny. They might have had daughters. We arrived at the group of officers and waited while the jet plane was prepared. The oldest-looking officer said,
They didn't tell me you were a girl.
I was right. They hadn't known. Would it have made a difference? Probably not. There were 3 female officers in this group. The captain probably thought the condemned man deserved a last look at females. One of the women asked my goons,
What did she do?
We don't know, ma'am.
How long were you with her?
Since yesterday morning, she hasn't said 50 words. She said 49. I was counting.
This triggered something in the young woman's brain. She thought I should have the opportunity to say something in my defense. Nobody had been given a protocol, so this young woman pulled a cell phone from her pants pocket and boldly walked around the government men until she was almost in front of me. She held up the cell phone and activated the video mode.
Do you have something to say?
She asked.
I'm gonna put this on Twitter!
I was nervous, but at this point, I was more disgusted than nervous.
This is the most stupid thing ever done. I'm glad I won't be here to see what happens.
Sea Urchin said, please tell me that was a joke. The part where she was going to put it on Twitter was the joke. That was it.
I'm gonna put this on my Facebook timeline. Facebook stories.
Yeah, the stories. Okay. This isn't a joke. She sounded disappointed.
Is that all you have to say?
My face softened. Yes, that was the wrong way to leave my family hanging. You know what this fucking reminds me of right now? The plot of that shitty Batman movie? Where, like, Catwoman straps a bomb to a shark and tries to have it kill Batman while he's hanging out of a fucking helicopter? No, not Dark Knight, which is almost as bad as what I just described. Yes, Snackalope, I don't see how this could be the stupidest thing that was ever done when this book exists. I don't like The Dark Knight. Hot take. I once read a famous quote by the Shawnee Indian chief Tecumseh about singing a death song and going out like a hero. Like a sonic hero. I had rewritten it for more universal use, never dreaming that I'd use it myself so soon.
If people grieve your passing, rejoice in the good you did and die like a hero going home. Always remember that if people grieve your passing...
She was more than satisfied with that. She was thrilled. Surely nothing better could be said. One of the goons said,
Time to go.
Everybody advanced to the jet. I climbed a ladder and awkwardly got into the cockpit, still carrying the garbage bag of Coke bottles. I just find it odd that not a single person would have asked what the fuck that was and what she was doing with it. A seaman on another ladder on the other side of the plane reached into the cockpit to get an oxygen mask attached to the long plastic tube. Seaman. He put it on to make sure it was working.
This is oxygen. You'll need it up there.
He explained and put the mask over my nose and mouth. An elastic strap around my head secured it in place. He waited a moment.
Are you getting oxygen?
I nodded. They're giving her oxygen. Okay, I fucking can't. They're trying to kill her, but they... I guess they just want to make sure that she dies in the fucking bomb explosion and not in any other way. Why is Norman obsessed with planes, by the way? An X-shaped seat belt was attached to my seat near my shoulders and by my hips. This was 2 belts stitched together over my chest. Given my small size and this device's tight fit, besides its impracticality for escaping the plane quickly, I guessed they designed it just for me. Super relevant. Thank you, Norman. The canopy was mounted on a heavy frame. The crewman lowered it like a closing clamshell and moved it forward. Something slid into place to lock the canopy. While all this was being done, the catapult cable was put on the bow hook. Everything was ready. The crewman climbed down and the ladders were removed. You know how when you're reading like prose and like action and somebody's describing things like this, how the intention is you're supposed to get a mental image of what's actually taking place? Does anybody here have any kind of concrete mental fucking image of what's happening at all? With the seat belts and the pistons and the fucking bow hook and the cockpit frame and the canopy and does anybody get any fucking semblance of a sequence of events that have a clear image in your fucking mind? At any point? At any point. The officers disappeared into the conning tower to watch the show. A couple minutes later, the jet engine of my plane started up. In 30 seconds, engine thrust reached a stable speed. They had to be checking it for problems by remote control sensors. The plane was freed and the catapult engaged. I was accelerated from 0 to 165 mph in 2 seconds. The pressure on my back was unbelievable. The man had not exaggerated. My lumbago was activated. The plane climbed steadily. There was no time to lose. I went to work immediately. First, the seatbelt harness had to go. I felt around the belt attachments next to my hips for release buttons. I couldn't find any, so I chewed through the seatbelt harness with my teeth. Like a fucking trapped guinea pig. I couldn't find any. The belts seemed to disappear into metal slots. It was the same at my shoulders. There was no time to waste looking for the release mechanism. I reached my right hand down to grasp the belt at my left hip. I pulled and pulled with ever-increasing force. The belt stretched and grew thinner until it snapped with a dull pop. I repeated the procedure on the belt next to my right hip with my left hand. I did the same with the belt attachments at my shoulders, pulling forward with both hands, my back pressing against the seat to provide a counterforce. The harness was free. It was much simpler to pull the stitch X in the middle apart. This gave me 2 belts. What is happening? I tied 2 ends together to give me 1. Finally, I wrapped it around my waist and tied the other 2 ends together. This would keep the Coke bottles from moving below my waist. I wanted them to stay up around my chest. The jumpsuit had a zipper from the collar to the crotch. I unzipped it down to the makeshift belt. I checked the instrument panel. The important mechanical altimeter was easy to find.
11,320 feet. 2 miles. All right. I was doing well. I had time to do some of the bottles.
What do you mean, do the bottles?
I grabbed the garbage bag of Coke bottles and put it in my lap. I uncapped the bottle, poured its contents on the floor, tore off a small piece of garbage bag, wrapped it over the opening of the empty bottle, and screwed the cap over the plastic-covered neck.
So it's an empty Coke bottle that has a small piece of garbage bag wrapped over the top of it, and then she screwed the cap of the Coke bottle over the... Okay, all right, so I have a mental image there.
That should make a watertight seal. The bottle went inside the jumpsuit under my left armpit. I did the same procedure with a second bottle, which went under my right armpit. And a third bottle went on my left side. A fourth bottle went on the right. The altimeter read 22,190 feet. I was doing great. More bottles were emptied, sealed with plastic and capped, and jammed into my jumpsuit. 11 bottles would provide enough buoyancy to keep my head well above water. The altimeter read 47,520 feet. I watched it carefully. It was nearly over. I thought once more of Steve, of the good times, of the funny moments, of the private hours. I thought of all the Family Guy funny moments compilations I'd watched on YouTube, and I smiled. I now understood his purpose. He helped me walk over the unsteady ground to home. In him, I had a foretaste of the Father.
So I think we see where this is going with the fucking Coke bottles. So she compared her husband to God. Or at least a foretaste of God. Anybody else really motherfucking disturbed by the word foretaste? Anybody else like really bothered by that? Foretaste? Chad, is foretaste the word? Yes. Yes, it is. Yes. I have a lot of things I want to say about foretaste, but I'm gonna not. Okay, I'm gonna not. Okay, I'm gonna let your imaginations just take over there. Okay. A lot of different directions that can go. I can't do the nep voice. My throat hurts too much. I tried. The altimeter read 54,140 feet. It was time to go home. As a believer, I was sure I was immortal, and that gave me courage. I pulled off the oxygen mask and said a silent prayer in my mind.
Father, forgive me all my sins. Take me into your house forever.
I stood up on the seat and turned around to face the rear of the plane. The canopy was a few inches above my head. I pushed my hands up against it hard. It didn't budge. I increased the pressure and kept increasing it. Still, it didn't move. How much pressure could I exert? I didn't know. There was never a reason to find out, but it must be enormous. The canopy was moving. Something somewhere was distorting. Metal or something was being stretched, torn, destroyed. And then, hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. On 9 period long ellipses. The backslash is me. Sorry. Metal or something. Yeah, metal or something. Yeah, that fucking nine period long ellipses, definitely not going to find that in any style guide, I promise you that. Oh! The canopy suddenly flew off. I instantly covered my face with my arms as my body was sucked out of the plane. I somersaulted rapidly, head over heels. I was very afraid because leaving the plane guaranteed my death. But I was nowhere near panicking. I knew there was a better world after this one. The first thing I noticed was the complete silence. The scream of the jet had only lasted a few seconds. As the plane moved away, it quickly went silent, except for my breathing, which sent throat sounds through bone to my ear. There was absolutely no sound. What? On the ground, there was always some background sound, even if a person wasn't aware of it. Up here, there was nothing. Throat sounds through bone to my ear. Man, don't you hate when that happens? You know, you're trying to go to sleep and you have throat sounds going through your bones to your ear, man? Yeah, it's rough. The second thing I noticed was the extreme cold. My fingers went numb in seconds. Without the jumpsuit, I might already be dead. The bomb went off miles away. The light was so intense I could see it through the flesh of my arms. Yeah, I think that's called, like, radiation. As I fell, the air temperature climbed rapidly. A minute after leaving the plane, it was no longer cold enough. The suck the heat right through my jumpsuit. All right, let me try that again. A minute after leaving the plane, it was no longer cold enough to suck the heat right through my jumpsuit. I was keeping some of the heat. I still somersaulted wildly. I took my arms off my face, but kept my eyes shut. Films of skydivers showed them stretching their arms and legs out, with knees slightly bent, and arms back past the plane of the torso. This had the effect of a badminton shuttlecock to keep the body falling true. I stretched out my arms and legs. Momentum from the somersaulting kept my body turning over in all kinds of angles, but the turning was slowing down. Finally, I stopped turning over. My body was in a stable, face-down position. The air temperature had passed into tolerable territory. I opened my eyes slightly, just enough to see something. The clouds were still far below. I closed my eyes for a while. A stopcock? Should this not have sent her into, like, the bends or whatever, like depressurization sickness, and killed her? Should this not have, like, immediately crushed her fucking brain? Like, removed all the oxygen from her brain and killed her? Is that not how that's how that works? Yeah? I'm asking. I don't know. I opened my eyes again and saw the cotton ball clouds just below. It appeared I was going to pass between two of them somewhat close to me. I reached the top of the cloud layer, fell between the half-mile thick clouds, and finally I was below them. I'd been falling for minutes. Choppy waves in the thousands were visible on the ocean surface. The strong wind that buffeted my hair on the carrier deck stirred the water. I was glad to see the waves. They'd make it possible to know exactly when I'd hit the water. The waves appeared larger every second. Their approach seemed to speed up, and I knew there were only seconds left. Once again, I covered my face with my arms. My body made a hard belly flop. I was knocked out. So she fell from like 50,000 feet. Hit the surface of the fucking ocean. And lived. It was just a hard belly flop. That was it? Well, I guess that checks out. Like, water is soft, isn't it, guys? Right, Jen? Like, it's soft. You know, it'd be fine. The waves brushing my face were stimulating. I regained consciousness. It was the South Atlantic, far below the equator. And for the Southern Hemisphere, June was like December in the North. I thought you didn't have any fucking idea where you were, Theresa. And the ocean doesn't have topography, it's water. The water was ice cold. My feet and ankles hurt, but there was no escaping it. I started whimpering. But I thought she was unconscious. The cold sank deeper into my bones. I yelled and thrashed the water. It got worse and worse. Now I was close to panic and screamed. Dying was bad enough. How painful would this get? In a couple of minutes, my lower legs went numb. The skin all over my body was losing nervous sensation. My screaming stopped, to be replaced by intermittent whimpering and groans. It was nearly over now. I quieted down. It was time. All accounts were settled. All debts were paid. I had no more use for this world.
I passed out.
And that, my friends, is the conclusion of Chapter 4. It would have been less painful to die in the nuke, right? In the nuclear explosion. What a cliffhanger we're leaving off on. Now, for those of you clinging to that cliff, just hanging from that cliff right now, resist the urge to let go and die. Because I know that's what reading this made me want to do. Hang on. And at least save it until after we get through the rest of this. I have a feeling it's going to get worse before it gets better. So the Coke bottles were intended to be a flotation device. Are they working? Wouldn't you not sink? You wouldn't sink anyway, would you? People float. I mean, you could drown because, you don't know how to swim or whatever. I'm pretty sure they were plastic, Jelly Hearts. She stuffed empty Coke bottles into the jumpsuit, and they were a flotation device for her. Now, would that work? Even if there was 11 of them? What if there was 11 of them, guys? They would be popped if they hit the ocean at terminal velocity. Medeus Game says, pretty sure you'd need at least 10. I think whether they're glass or plastic doesn't fucking matter at all. Either way, they're not going to do what she's saying they're doing. And by the way, what was the point of the garbage bag? The little ripped up pieces of the garbage bag. What was the purpose of that? It was a screw off fucking bottle, which suggests it was plastic. Trapping air. I don't think she needed that to trap air. Fuck, I fucking hate this. You want to read some of the reviews, chat? I'll tell you what. Why don't we save reading reviews until after we finish the rest of this? I'll do another stream of this at some point in the near future. We'll finish the rest of it. But before I go, chat, I have one more thing to share with you guys. An anime version of Empress Theresa by somebody named Winston OBG on DeviantArt. Remember I said DeviantArt before and I was like, oh, that reminds me? Here you go. How many of you would love to have that on a body pillow? Either this is done ironically or somebody wants Empress Theresa as a waifu. Unironically. Wants to waifu up Empress Theresa. Well, it's like I always say, man, somebody somewhere read this book, cover to cover, put it down, and was like, man, that was solid. That's my favorite book. That person's out there. Rywood, back to the baby. Thank you for 6 months of support. I am going to head off for the night, guys. Obviously, there was a lot of talking here. I want to rest my thrusty. Thank you so much for coming and hanging out. I hope you enjoyed this. Like I keep saying, I want to start doing streams that are a little bit more off the beaten path. right? Something other than just going live and playing a video game. I hope you guys enjoyed it as much as I did. I had fun. Feel free to give me feedback. Did you guys enjoy this tonight? Did you like it? You want to see more of this? You want to see more stuff like this, even if it's not necessarily this book? Cool. I'm glad. Because, it's fun for me, too, to just, do something different, right? If anybody here is new to the channel, you can find me on social media. You can find me on YouTube. The links are right there in the chat. Thank you. Sick today. Maybe post them again there. Thank you, guys. Thank you also, guys, for the bits, the subs, the resubs. I really appreciate it so much for keeping it going here. It means the world to me. If anybody made art for the stream tonight, you know that you got to tweet it at me with the hashtag JabroniMikeArt. We'll look at it right now. I'm hoping to see some scenes, illustrated scenes from the book here tonight. Oh, wow. Anon, thank you for the gift subs. Wow. Damn, that's a lot. Paul Thomas, Larimar, Mr. Fatwick, Orange Dog, Bakuwu, JSup, 99 count, Viscount, Cookie 22. Damn, okay, Computer Skeletoxin. Welcome to the family, son. Also, Ploptypus, thank you for the bets. A lot of bets. Thank you so much. I also want to say this. No streams this weekend. Possibly Minecraft on Monday. Most likely Minecraft on Monday. We'll see what happens. Again, I'm starting to play this whole thing by ear a little bit more, trying to break out of the rigidity of a schedule a little bit, just for the time being, right? So I don't know what I don't know. I'll say this though. 99% chance of no streams this weekend. We'll see what happens. Let's take a look at the art at this point. Okay, we got some stuff here. We got something from Jelly Hearts. It says he's ready for the 31st. Happy Halloweeny! Little Halloween-themed Venetian mask boy. Very cute, Jelly Hearts. Thank you so much for this. Adorable. Liking the puffy pants, too. The puffy clown pants. From Primal Screen Guy, it says Emperor Michael. There I am, the savior that this world needs. With some memes as well. Japeworm, Mr. Dink, Bunglepuss, Squan Dog, Nep Nep, and a can of beans. All done in that kind of Hanna-Barbera style, right? I love it, Primal Screen Guy. Thank you so much. From Pink Skull, it's Father Richard Donutty. There he is. Fuck yeah. Well, you know what, man? You know what I think he might have meant, Doherty? Because Doherty is, a very fucking Irish name, right? And, there's there's a lot of Irish priests. The Ireland has a very strong Catholic tradition, so they, churn out priests for whatever reason. And I can't tell how many, Irish American priests Catholic priests I've met around these parts, right? I think he meant Doherty, but fucking spelled it wrong. I think he fucking just spelled Doherty wrong. He wanted a stereotypical Irish fucking priest surname, and he fucking spelled it wrong. Donutty. Oh, fuck, that's good. Finally, from Jazz Gen, Pink Skull. I love this. Thank you. Space Engineer Mike is teaching the dangers of a Tesla, and oh god, oh fuck, the force field is off. Mike can't hear us. Oh god, oh fuck. And that's how it ends. Not with a whimper, but with a bang bus casting couch. Right? I love it, Jen. Thank you so much. And that's it. I'm out. Big thanks again to everybody who hung out tonight. And also big thanks to Fred Knudsen for inspiring this idea. I think it turned out great. I fucking had a blast, and I think a lot of you did too. So, thank Fred Knudsen for the idea. And don't forget to check out the video on his channel for a little bit more of a deeper dive into the Empress Theresa lore. It's pretty fucked up. All right, that's it. Jackson off.
Welcome to the family.
Thank you for the sub. Last second sub. I'm out, guys. Have an awesome night. Lots of love, and I will see you all next week. And don't trust any foxes.